Alright, hello everybody. I hope you're having a good day. And I hope you're ready for some role quests. The main reason for this, besides the fact that we need stuff to do until we start 7.1, the Sunday after this upcoming one, is I would really like to be able to dye my artifact gear. My bard glamour isn't quite complete yet. All right, let's go. Need to be careful not to accidentally accept MSQ yet. Anyway. Let's start role quests. Alright, hey Brooke-Avu. Brooke-Avu has an urgent job for a courageous soul. Oh, it was supposed to be urgent? Whoops. Chizune, I was wondering when you'd be along. Not a moment too soon, either. I've got an urgent job that needs doing, and there's no one else I'd entrust it with it. Of course, you'll be wanting to know the details. It's a long story, so why don't you grab a seat over there? I'll join you shortly. Okay. I have a few things to finish up before I join you. Make yourself comfortable, Shizune. It's going to be quite the yarn. Alright, let me get comfy. No, I think I did finish the tank one. I just don't remember it. I haven't done the capstone yet, though. Now that we're all settled, allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Brooke-Avu, proprietor of Jabali Tea. Yeah, I think I know that by now. As you know, my establishment is open to anyone. People hailing from across Tyrol, and sometimes further, come here to whet their appetite and slake their thirst. It's not even that they were underwhelming, it's just, it feels like they were going back to some of the issues with the original class quests, where, you know, when they started doing role quests, it started to feel more like they were tied to MSQ and like things were more cohesive, and now we're back to things just sort of feeling disjointed. I get it. Here's the thing, I get it, because the issue, Shadowbringers could have been fixed with just them being more clear about the fact that, like, us defeating all the Light Wardens and stuff didn't mean that there wasn't still a problem with, Sin Eaters. We just got rid of, cured the world of the Flood. We got rid of the Light, but, like, there's still Sin Eaters around, so it kind of still makes sense to do the role quests even after you finish, Shadowbringers. Endwalker? Like, it doesn't, based off of the lore established in MSQ, it does not make sense for there to still be blasphemies, and this includes in the capstone quest. It doesn't make sense for people to still be turning into blasphemies after you defeat Endsinger. Like, it might make sense for there to still be blasphemies that were formed during the final days that are still sort of roaming around, but it doesn't make sense for new ones to be, like, for people to still be transforming after the fact. So, Endwalker has this huge issue where the role quests don't make sense after the you like, stop the final days. And I think Square Enix, like, it's funny, there's a bunch of things that I took issue with Endwalker, where I think the devs knew or, like, got the same feedback from other places, because a lot of Dawntrail feels like it is them using things that were complaints I specifically had about Endwalker and, like, adjusting them. And this is one of them where, like, on one hand, yeah, The role quests are just kind of there. There's a reason I didn't feel a need to do them while I was working my way through MSQ and waited until after to do them. And like, that's great, but I don't feel the same connection. And I wish there was a way that they could strike that balance where it works with the context of MSQ and also, like, independently. That being said, there are some I think are okay. I really liked the healer one. That was pretty neat. This one's okay. Anyway, let's actually get into it. Given how we turn no one away, it's inevitable that a few bad apples might mix into my motley patrons, and therein lies the rub. A particularly rotten bunch was here not long ago. I also feel like this one tried too hard to, like, be funny, and I prefer when things are a little more earnest. Like, just tonally, things are a little weird with these quests. Sitting just over there, in fact, and having a conversation most foul. Thank you all for coming here, so far from your respective homes. As this is the first time we have all gathered in one place, perhaps formal introductions are in order. I am... Welcome, welcome! What'll you be having? Ahem. Could we have a moment, please? We are in the middle of something very important. I just realized, you know who these guys are? They're Final Fantasy XIV flavored Team Rocket. Now then, where was I? And I don't mean, like, the Giovanni faction. I mean, Jesse and James. Oh, yes. I am Apiahi. If you are sitting here now, it is because I have personally invited you to the passage of the Unbound, my secretive, villainous order with ambitions to sow discord throughout the world, which is why we're having this conversation in the middle of a very busy eatery. For all to be able to hear. Villains do not often call themselves such. Nor do secret orders have their meetings in places where all eyes can see. What do you know? Your snide remarks only ruin my carefully constructed atmosphere. If I had time to think of a suitable slogan, you would understand that words are everything. So is self-awareness. But I digress. I invited you all here for one reason. To throw the world into a mire of chaos, and then watch its nations crumble. What else would we call ourselves if not villainous? My only interest is to punish all who've dared to mock and belittle me. So long as I can achieve that, you can call me whatever you like. The rich, the powerful, the mighty, all shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. A grand design for a group of 6. Even if we manage to muster others to our side, there's a limit to what we can accomplish. I regret to say you are right. At present, we are bound and powerless. That is why, in order to raise our fists against our oppressors, we must find the strength to shatter our shackles. And in so doing, we shall become unbound. Like the birds soaring above, we shall take flight and spread our wicked wings, staining the azure skies black. But sometimes skies become treacherous with clouds, and even birds must rest. You speak of finding strength. Is that why we are here? To look for it? If so, then I pledge my aid. With newfound might at my beck and call, I shall win adoration known only by a hero. Your eagerness is heartening. And you're correct. The tools to make our goal a reality lay in Toral. Across this continent can be found certain artifacts, which possess untold power. Artifacts that so far have only shown up in these quests and nowhere else. Did you say artifacts? Oh, I sense an adventurous hunt for instruments of devious devilry ahead. My imagination is overflowing with images of the new forms my trickery might take. I dare say the world is not ready. Yes, well, to get to the heart of the matter, the objects are held by the disparate tribes which make their homes in the Torali continent, where they have been passed down through generations as sacred treasures. Whatever stories these people have attached to their so-called treasures matters not. Each contain the essence of fearsome beasts called Toral Vidral, and with them in our possession, none shall be able to stand against us. We shall take the objects for ourselves, bring them across the sea, and use them to undermine nations far and wide. The means by which you each choose to do so, I leave in your hands. I only ask that you do not disappoint. I take it there are no questions. Then let the passage of the Unbound open unto the world. We begin at once. If they didn't order a single thing, that's what you're worried about? That's the long and short of it. What do you think? I think these people are idiots. They might lack discretion, but they seem formidable nonetheless. They left without ordering anything? Villainous indeed. They might lack discretion, but they seem formidable nonetheless. Or at the very least, they might be a problem if left unattended, even if it's just an annoyance. Of course, we had a duty to report what we heard to the Landsguard. We did, but it didn't make a damn difference, because soon we learned those unwelcome guests had teeth. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help recovering a stolen relic. Then another came with the same story. Then another, and so on. By the time we realized the passage of the Unbound was a real threat, they had one and all made their way across the sea with their ill-gotten gains. Each tribe has sent one of their own to recover what was lost, but being in strange lands, they are at a disadvantage. That's why I've been looking for someone who knows every corner of Eorzea and beyond. Now, I know you've businesses in Toral, or else you wouldn't be here, or in the first place. But if you could take the time to hear Ural Majun out, you'd be doing a service to many who could really use a helping hand. There's something about that big grin with the giant fangs just sticking out of her face. But yeah, if even one of the trials we had to take on during the Rite of Succession had to do with these artifacts, and it had been at least incorporated into the lore before we started these quests, maybe I'd feel like maybe that would be enough to make these feel a little more connected. Because I do like the idea of, oops, we have to revisit old zones because the people from this continent have never been to our continent before, and there are problems, and they need a guide. Like, I don't mind that. But, like, I just wish there was some kind of link to MSQ with it. Greetings! Allow me to thank you personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Greetings, Realm Majun. At the risk of becoming a daily nuisance, I must ask, have there been any developments you might share? A nuisance? Why, perish the thought. You've come just in time, in fact. None other than the vaunted Shizune has agreed to aid in the search. Finally, a fortunate turn. So long as our sacred treasures are in wicked hands, our homes shall know no peace. To say nothing of the danger they pose to other nations. If these thieves really do intend to stir up various or chaos across the seas, then you had better depart on the next ship. Or I could just teleport. But before you do, it might be proper to introduce you to those who have come to Tuliolol in search of aid. Lozanique here comes from a village far to the north. A single warrior cannot hope to withstand the power of her tribe's relic, so she requires a stout protector. Someone that can be leaned upon when times are darkest. The heirloom that Nipine must recover afflicts terrible maladies upon its victims. He seeks someone who commands great healing magics to counteract its effect, or this effect. This search for Shashepia's tribal treasure has been entrusted to a peerless hunter. She requires someone to act as a frontline fighter who can distract her target while her bow takes deadly aim. And lastly, there is Tsuhi, who knows little about her people's ancient artifact aside that it must not fall into the wrong hands. She seeks a mage of great power, but anything beyond that lies shrouded in mystery. Aren't you forgetting someone, Raholja? Your crisis is just as pressing, even if you won't say so yourself. Raholja hails from further south than even Mamook, and has traveled many days and nights in search of someone who can strike down their prey from afar. It's the only way to escape the effect of his village's treasure. Did I get that right? Indeed. Indeed. I do get so forgetful in my old age. Thank you, Realm Majun. 5 tribes, 5 stolen treasures. All are waiting for the aid of a brave soul. Hopefully that can be you, Shizune. Of course, I'll share all that I know of on the matter. You need only ask. And know that I will not hold it against you should you choose to assist only those for whom your talents are best suited. So long as you do what you can, the people of Tural and maybe even further will be in your debt. I mean, that's the other thing too. I wish MSQ, or like the initial world building when you first get introduced to Tural, was more clear about the fact that there are other Mamulja communities besides just Mamook. Because MSQ almost kind of makes it seem like all Mamulja are from Mamook, and maybe it's just because Mamook is the closest to Tuliolol, and maybe it has the biggest diaspora because people aren't as motivated to leave the other settlements because they don't have the same zealotry problem, but you know, maybe mix up the town or like the village of origin of some of the Mamulja we meet, if that, like, if they're gonna do that, or if they want to avoid that kind of confusion. Raholja's eyes are full of expectation, or is it dust? Greetings! So you have decided to aid my people in retrieving our treasure, yes? They will be glad to know my long and arduous journey from our homeland in the distant south of Yogg-Tural was not in vain. As for the treasure we would have you recover, it contains the undying essence of an armadillo Tural Vidral. These steel hogs, as we call them, rely on their tough hides to protect themselves from predators. The legends speak of one that lived to an extraordinary age, perhaps due to its natural suit of armor, and came to be known as the Lord of the Forest. At the end of its long life, our ancestors enshrined the Vidrell's soul within the Steelhog vessel. For generations since, the divine blessing it bestows has been a great boon to my people. Those under its protection need not fear wild beasts, for fang and claw cannot harm them. This allows us to hunt in the forest without risking our lives. This treasure, so crucial to our people, was stolen by a tall, slender merchant, or rather, a man posing as one. He came bearing exotic wares from foreign lands and served alcohol freely, toasting often to new friendships. My people became caught up in celebration, and in the morning the merchant was gone, along with the Steelhog vessel. Without it, we cannot bestow its blessings afresh upon our hunters. The effect wanes over time, and one by one we are losing our protection against the savage predators that stalk our lands. As I and my granddaughter, Sitolja, still possess the treasure's blessing, we have been tasked with locating the Steelhog vessel and returning it to the village. The trail led us here to Tuliolo, where we believe the perpetrator boarded a ship and made good his escape. The journey here has already pushed this decrepit body of mine beyond its natural limits, and a lengthy voyage by sea would likely be my end. Although I urged Sitolja not to make the crossing alone, she was determined to give chase. Given that you hail from across the ocean, your knowledge of those lands will prove invaluable to her. Not only that, but our quarry may use the Steelhog vessel to his own ends. Only a skilled warrior can stand against such a foe. And Sitolja is no warrior. Then why did she have the defensive blessing in the first place? You'll have your treasure in 2 shakes of an armadillo's tail. Looks like refusal isn't an option. Fine, I'll help. Look, you'll have your treasure in 2 shakes of an armadillo's tail. I am truly grateful. My granddaughter's first port of call is a place called Alamigo. You see, as the thief took all of his wares with him, the only clue left behind was an empty bottle of whatever grog he was serving. After asking the sailors here, it seems that it was produced in Alamigo. With no other leads, Sitolja set forth. Once you arrive, she should not be difficult to find. These days, only a handful of Mumulja attempt the journey, most of them brutish mercenaries. Sitolja is a far daintier creature, and is sure to have made a favorable impression on the locals. May the Steelhog watch over you. So again, why is it that an old man and some super frail, sweet little girl got the blessing for defense in the first place if this is supposed to be something used by your hunters? As Sitolja has traveled to Alamigo, perhaps you should begin your search by asking around at Ralger's Reach. Or do you guys just, like, give everybody in the village the blessing regardless? It brings me great solace to know that my granddaughter has such a capable ally. Of course, retrieving the artifact is of the utmost importance, but it is Sitolja's safety that concerns me most. I dread to think what dangers await her across the ocean. Okay. Ralger's Reach. Yes, I met the Mumulja girl you're after. She was looking for a tall, thin man. Some sort of thief, apparently. It sounded a bit like the leader of a gang of bandits that lurks around Virgala, so I told her as much. Chances are, that's where she headed. I hope she stays out of trouble. A Mamulja, you say? As it happens, she came over while I was cleaning the cannons. She showed me an empty arak bottle and said she was looking for the bloke it had belonged to. Thing is, that brand's found all over Alamigo, so I wasn't able to narrow down her search. Yes, I saw Mamulja on my patrols, but he carried an enormous axe. Not at all like the person you describe. Virjala, where is that? That is... Ah, Peering Stones. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a place where they produce Arak. I remember those side quests. Or... Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm getting Peering Stones confused with, I'm getting the fringes confused with the peaks. Never mind. But there are side quests in the peaks involving Arak, because they produce it there. Here we go. Ruh-roh. A waylaid merchant. Ouch! Here, let me apply some of this ointment. It's a common remedy where I come from. Oh? Are you here to lend a hand? This poor soul was attacked by highwaymen, and I could use help tending to his wounds. Don't worry about me. It's my escort who's in trouble. He's in pursuit of the thieves, and I fear he's bitten off more than he can chew. Please, will you aid him? Yeah, sure, that's something I can do. You thieving bastards! What? But how? Behold! Ah! Ah! Nothing like a bit of divine intervention to tip the scales in my favor. With this artifact in my hands, I am invincible. Another one, eh? Not that it matters. Kakulja! It's time you earned your coin. I appreciate the assistance, but he wasn't joking about divine intervention. Some strange force pushed me away. I can't even get near them. The Steel Hog vessel! Return it at once! And the stolen goods! Oh ho ho! You followed me all the way here from your backwater village. Alas, your journey has been not for naught. The vessel is mine. I, Chaltufi, will make better use of the artifact than you and your ilk ever could. By the might bestowed upon me, I will become savior to the oppressed and destitute. In light of my grand ambitions, the vessel's power would be wasted on the likes of you. If you cannot hunt without it, might I suggest a change of diet? I hear the acorns are delicious at this time of year. Damn it all! I was so close! But now is not the time for regrets. These two are in need of a healer. I'll see them safely to Relger's Reach. Would you mind meeting us there? Once their injuries have been treated, we'd better tell the resistance soldiers what happened. Right. Okay. Losing all that stock is a bitter pill to swallow, but we're lucky they didn't take our lives as well. I thought I could handle whatever ruffians the desert might throw at us. Some escort I turned out to be. You did fine, buddy. Don't worry about it. That wasn't anything you could have predicted or controlled. Even I would have had trouble with it. Well, I'm glad we made it to safety without any more trouble. Those bandits wouldn't dare step foot in this place. Ah, how rude of me. I never asked for your name, or how you chanced to cross us, for that matter. Oh, I was looking for you. Also, I'm Shizune. You came all the way from Tuliolo at my grandfather's behest? I can't tell you how grateful I am. As for the highwaymen, they possess the Steelhog vessel, a treasure from my village. Not only does it grant protection from harm, it also produces a potent blast when the barrier is dispelled. As long as our enemies have the vessel, attacks at close quarters will be extremely risky. Although, as we say in my village, cracks form in even the mightiest of shields. Knowing this, we are careful not to rely too heavily on its power. But now that the Steelhog vessel has been stolen, its selfsame power is being turned against innocent people such as yourselves. I only hope you can forgive me for allowing this to happen. There's nothing to forgive. If anything, we should thank you for coming to our aid. That Chaltofeet and his lackeys have a lot to answer for. Indeed. We'll give the resistance our testimonies, and with any luck, the information will go some way to clapping those bandits in irons. I'll go with you. The soldiers here need to be warned about the vessel. No, leave that to us. We'll relay what you've told us, word for word. After all, you'll need to move quickly to have any chance of getting your artifact back. When you catch those robbers, give them one for me. How about you, Shizune? I hope I can count on you to be there for whatever else comes next. That is literally why I'm here. I knew it. I sense you're eager to get started, but I need time to plan our next move. Bandits aren't known for being found easily. I was surprised to see a fellow Mamulja among them. I can't imagine why that Kakulja would work for Chaltofeet, of all people. It does hurt a little knowing this experience is going to waste, but oh well. Though hers is not the easiest face to read, see told Jed's expression suggests she has vital information to share. Shizune, I heard something that might help us. One of the soldiers has been contending with the same bandits who stole the vessel. I'll go and find him. Give me a moment, would you? Sure. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ha! When she told me she'd been sent an assistant, I never would have guessed it'd be the savior of Alamigo herself. You're something of a local celebrity, I take it. Yeah, something like that. I'd love to hear more about that, but for now, let's concentrate on the matter at hand. Yes, quite. The bandits you've been chasing are behind a spat of recent incidents in Alamigo. What's more, it appears that Chatofit is part of a larger network known as the Passage of the Unbound, which is spreading its mayhem far and wide. In particular, they've been carrying out raids on trade caravans heading here from Gridania. We've increased patrols along that route, but the bastards strike so quickly that they've usually made good of their escape by the time aid arrives. On the rare occasion we've caught them in the act, they use some kind of device or magic object to deflect our arrows and send us sprawling. That's the Steelhog vessel. It was stolen from my village, you see. I'm sorry for all the trouble it's caused. The one who took it, Chatofit, said something about using its power to help the oppressed and destitute. What do you think he meant by that? That sounds familiar. The reports say the thieves are shouting something along those lines during the other raids. They claim the merchants are overworking and underpaying their laborers, and therefore deserve to be targeted. I don't see how stealing a bunch of goods helps the workers, and there's not a shred of evidence about that or that anyone is being exploited. If you ask me, they're just in it for the money. In any case, their reasons won't matter a jot once they're behind bars. But for that, we'll have to catch them first. The most recent incident occurred near Porta Praetoria, one of the waypoints on the road to the palace. If you want to know more, you'd best hear it straight from the commander there. Anyway, I'll send word ahead to let her know you're coming. Assuming you are, that is. Yes, of course. Much appreciated. This sounds like a promising lead. The soldiers here were good enough to explain the lie of the land around here, so I shouldn't have any trouble making the journey by myself. I'll see you there. Okay. Oh, Porta Praetoria. I was about to go to the wrong Garlean outpost. I was about to go to Casper Moxidens. Whoops. I think I've found the right person, though it's rather difficult to tell who's who with these with those matching uniforms. See, told ya, I don't know how to break it to you, but at least from my perspective, all Mamulja look the same too. At least I can tell the difference in your genders more easily than with some allied societies, but, cough. Good, you're both here. My colleague at the Reach has told me everything. I can confirm that we've had several sightings of Chaltufit and his gang in recent days. They've even taken to ambushing our patrols. Whereas most brigands would flee from armed and armored soldiers, this lot seems to take pleasure in goading us into attacking. The treasure they carry makes them invulnerable. It can also emit a devastating blast, but that's only effective at short range. Chaltofeet wants to draw your soldiers into close quarters because there they stand no chance. Well, that explains their uncommon boldness. Thank you. This information will go far in helping us contend with the bandits. Sorry to interrupt. Who might you be? Oh, simple peddlers, my good lady. I myself am of Gridanian stock, and after learning my craft in the markets of Ul'dah, I now deliver all manner of finery to eager patrons throughout Eorzea. But enough about that. I hope you'll forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing you mention a gang of highwaymen. We've heard similar tales from other traders passing through, and it seems some stretches of road are more dangerous than others. In fact, the bandits are most often seen at a specific location not far from here. If you like, we can take you there ourselves. Please, by all means. Wait, Shizune can take care of herself, but I can't allow any more citizens than necessary into an area believed to be teeming with bandits. It seems I have no choice but to ask you to go without me. Sorry, but if those highwaymen turn up, I wouldn't be much good in a fight. Then why did they send you? While you head off to investigate, I'll see if there's any more information to be had here. Do you not even have hunting skills that could be converted into combat skills? Then it's settled. I shall leave our newfound friend in your capable hands. What? Oh, if you say so. I suppose we should be on our way, then. If we do turn into those, or run into those highwaymen, you'll protect us, right? Yeah, sure! One's headed your way now. You know what to do. What? Unacceptable! Either you do this without my help, or I'll find someone who can. Show some backbone for once. Wow! What trustworthy people! I'm sure this'll be fine, and definitely isn't a trap. Should you encounter the highwaymen, I trust you will exercise some degree of restraint. We can't interrogate the suspects if you've reduced them to a bloody pulp, now can we? Just put them on their arses and leave the rest to us. Please, what do you take me for? I'm not going to turn them into a bloody pulp. I'm going to turn them into pincushions. Bloody pincushions. I'll see if they can tell me anything more about Chaltofeet and his gang. Be careful out there, won't you? As luck would have it, my fellows and I have yet to be assailed by any bandits around here. Perhaps if the other caravans invested in some proper escorts, they wouldn't be such easy targets. Yes, how lucky of you not to have been targeted yet. We're in Alamigo, might as well bring out the griffin. Mount the griffin, not Ilberd. Did you hear that? Balls, it must be my imagination. Let's not dally here too long, eh? Hang on. Not that I need it, but let me bring out a friend. We're almost there. It's just on the other side of this gully. Actually, if it's all the same to you, we'll wait here while you go on ahead. This is probably more than close enough for my liking. Sure, I'll quote. Hang on. I can make this better. I'll go on ahead. Wow, I'm getting ambushed. Whoever could have seen that coming? What do you mean you have no more bones to break? I wasn't breaking your bones. I was breaking your skin barrier. What? You're back? I mean, welcome back. Yes, that's it. Hey, guess what? It's all safe up ahead now. You have nothing to worry about. You beat them? All of them? Yeah-huh? How very fortunate. Well then, I'd best contact the boss. I'm sure he'll want to know all about this. No doubt he's still talking to your friend and to the commander. They'll be glad to hear you've come to no harm. What he's really thinking, shit. You'll never guess what, boss. She trounced a lot of them. Yes, understood. I'm not quite sure why, but he said they'll be here in a jiffy. Sounds good. Is it true? You beat them all single-handedly? I mean, yeah. Why is everybody acting like that's such a big deal? I do stuff like that all the time. The commander should be able to vouch for that. Good gods be good. I'm glad you're on our side. Anyway, I'll take it from here. My, very impressive. And how jolly convenient for those villains to appear exactly where we thought they would too. But above all, I'm glad no one was hurt. Well, no one important, that is. Yes, how convenient. I'm relieved to see that everyone's safe. It must have taken a lot of courage to bring Shizune here, knowing that danger could be lurking around every corner. Are you sure you're all right? If you're putting on a brave face for our benefit, there's no need, I assure you. No, we're fine. Couldn't be better. Well then, I'd say that's enough excitement for one day. We'd best continue on our way to Alamiga, or to the Alamigan Quarter, where to sell, deals to broker, that sort of thing. I dare say it'll be some time before any ne'er-do-wells have the gall to descend upon this neck of the, desert. And as for you, my friends, I'd advise you not to stray too far from the beaten path. If you know what's good for you. Ta-ta! That's a weird way to word that. What a strange thing to say. Why'd you say it like that? There's nothing left for us to do here, so let's head back to Porta Praetoria. Okay. I will say, this is one part of MSQ, or of the role quest that I really like, is when the NPCs from Eorzea are like, oh, it's Shizune! Hey, make sure you don't accidentally kill your quarry, we kind of need them alive. And the people from Tyrol are all just like, wait, what? Wait, who are you? Who did our friends and family send us to help us? But that was all, that was all very strange. One moment, they're helping us apprehend criminals, and the next, they're racing off to peddle their wares elsewhere. Merchants certainly are a busy lot, aren't they? Yeah. Not that I'm complaining, of course. With those suspects in custody, I'm sure the Resistance will be able to wring some valuable information from them. I expect all that wriggling will take a while, though. Or ringing will take a while, though. It certainly looks, I'm reading wrong lines. Hang on. It looks like we've been given an opportunity for a little rest. You've certainly earned it. Nah, this was nothing. That was a light warm-up. Let's keep going. She told us, patiently waiting for the resistance to finish interrogating the captured highwaymen. Had a guess, I'd say the resistance has been interrogating the captured highwaymen for long enough to get some answers from them. With any luck, we may even learn more about where we can find shelter feet. I'm sure the commander is as eager as we are to put a stop to his misdeeds. Let's go and see if she's unearthed any useful information. Ah, I was just about to send someone for you. Glad you could save me the bother. I have a favor to ask of you both. I'm going to let the criminal walk free, and I want you to follow him. You see, our questioning has revealed that the bandits are indeed working with Chaltopete. If we cut one of them loose, he might lead us straight to their den. But if the mission fails and you're discovered, you may find yourselves confronted with an untold number of outlaws. Of course, I considered sending my own men, but I suspect that by now the bandits know our faces. After Shizune's little display in the gully, I'm sure she alone can handle whatever trouble may come her way. I'll go with her. If this really does lead to us to Chaltopete, I need to be there when we find him. Very well, but if it comes to a fight, you stay behind Shizune, understood? I'll have the suspect brought over now, but remember what I said, and stay out of sight until he leaves. I mean, wouldn't he know my face, also? Wouldn't my face be like... Wouldn't he be constantly seeing my face in his nightmares by now? Don't look at me like that! I said I'm sorry, didn't I? Aye, that you did. Several times. And as much as it galls me, there's no evidence to contradict your claim that you were acting in self-defense, nor is there tangible proof of any other wrongdoing. We've no choice but to let you go. You have somewhere to go, I presume. Well, I suppose I can find work loading caravans in Aligiri. Seems like as good a place as any for making a quick get. I mean, turning over a new leaf. In that case, I'll have you escorted there. But you'd best keep your nose clean, or we'll come down on you like a tons of bricks. Turn over a new leaf, my arse. He'll be back among his thieving mates before long, and you'll be right there behind him. For now, all we need to know is the location of their den. Do not attempt to approach the suspects. I'll send word ahead to Aligiri. Once you have the information we need, report to the troops stationed there. This is the chance we've been waiting for. Let's go! Okay, I'm gonna teleport to Aligiri, but this sounds like we're about to get a stalking quest. So I am gonna wait until after the ad break to actually continue. But yeah, everybody go get your stretchies in, grab whatever water or food you need to get. go potty, all that good stuff, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, we're back. Now. Ah, here we go. Making me hydrate. There, I hydrated. You better be hydrating too, Ash. And anybody else who's watching. There he is. So much for finding work in Aligiri. Or so much for finding work in Alighieri. He's only just arrived and he's already leaving town. Now comes the tricky part. Keeping our eyes on him and his eyes off us. Or off of us. Sit close, but not too close. Don't worry, Ash. I have something planned that's going to be a higher cost thing. Yes, this is one of those quests. Alright. Assuming I need to use this. I just need to figure out some logistics stuff before I have it go live. Basically, I think before I start Dawntrail MS, like the endgame MSQ, I am going to switch over to my other model. But I need to sort out the logistics in terms of making sure the transformation thing still works. For the bit donation goal, and also that things work the way I want them to in terms of maybe chibiing me being a redeem. All of which will be a lot easier to do once I have my own... Yeah, the customizable model. Yeah. It doesn't have options that really work for making a magical girl version of her, but I can at least use her for a civilian form. I just haven't fully set up the redeems yet. But especially with stuff that happens in the Dawntrail patch quests and stuff, I would like to be able to at least sometimes use a model on stream that's a little more expressive. This model has like 3 expressions. This light smile is, it's neutral, and then you have, and that's it. So yeah. Where'd he go? Where do I need to hide? Tree? Okay. Different tree? Oop. But yeah, I love my little chibi, but it would be nice to be able to emote a little bit more easily. Oh, that was where the quest ends. Okay, whoops, I thought I was being clever. How did he not see me there? Those are the merchants we met at Porta Praetoria. Yeah, what a shocker. So they just let you go out of the kindness of their hearts, is that it? Not only that, but you came crawling straight back here, leading whoever they sent to track you right to our doorstep. I swear it, no one followed me. The soldiers took me as far as Alighieri and then went back the way they came. I made sure they were specks in the distance before I even set foot outside of the town. I suppose I have no choice but to take you at your word. Not that it's worth much. Well, now that this charade is at an end, let us change into something a little less drab. Wow, what a twist! Whoever would have thought that the purple-haired merchant and the purple-haired bad guy were the same person? Chaltofit, why did you make us fight that woman without the blessing? She could have killed the lot of us without breaking a sweat. A mere oversight, that is all. Though it pains me to admit it, even the invulnerability granted by the artifact, even with the invulnerability granted by the artifact, the likes of us are never or ever at the mercy of the truly powerful. I never expected that Mamulja wretch to hire a warrior of such caliber to retrieve the vessel. A pox on those interfering nincompoops. Language! Calling people nincompoops. But the Mamulja girl didn't seem a bad sort. Naive, maybe, but it's plain that her heart's in the right place. You truly are pathetic. Not only did you fail miserably, but now you're sympathizing with the enemy? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't rid myself of you permanently. No, please! We owe everything to you, Chaltofit. Without you, we are nothing! They were all in on this from the beginning, with Chaltofit pulling the strings. If this is how he treats his friends, imagine what he'd do to his enemies. I've dealt with worse. You couldn't stay away, could you? What? Imbecile! You led them right to us! Kakulja! Eliminate these vermin! Well, here we go. Let me handle this, Shizune. You're from Tyrol, working here as a mercenary, yes? The ones who hired you stole the Steelhog vessel from my village. We need its blessing to stand a chance against the beasts of the forest. I can't return home without the vessel. Either you return home empty-handed, or you won't be returning at all. I'd rather not harm a fellow Tyrali, so get out of here before I change my mind. I've bought enough time by listening to you your blathering. Don't let me catch you sniffing around our tails. Chaltofit and his underlings are out of sight. I thought I could make that Kakulja see sense, but he was clearly in no mood to listen. I'd say our best option is to report to the resistance members at Nalagiri and share what we've learned. I went ahead and gave my account, though I expect he'd like to hear yours as well. Here we go. Regardless of how things turned out, we appreciate your cooperation in the investigation. The information you've provided has certainly given us a lot to consider. From what I hear, you almost came to blows with a Mamulja sellsword. Or sell-axe, I suppose. I'm glad that it didn't come to violence, especially given the power these bandits have at their disposal. Even so, we thank you for braving such a dangerous mission. No thanks are needed. We're just as much a part of this investigation as the resistance. And I'm sure we can agree we'll need it. I'm sure we can agree we'll need to work together to take down Chaltofeet and his gang. Their performance at Porta Praetoria showed us how cunning they are. It would seem so, yes. I'm told their little act was most convincing. I'll be sure to warn my comrades against any similar shenanigans. As for the two of you, be careful out there. I mean, to the average person, you know, the whole thing was convincing right up until the scene where the guy was talking to somebody on Link Pearl. At least in the beginning. All things considered, I'd say that went fairly well. Chaltofeet used the same trick as the time he came to my village, namely, posing as a simple trader when he is in fact a dastardly thief. Still, not even the most skilled actor could fake the fear in his men's eyes. It appears that Chaltofeet has complete control over them, and they are powerless to resist. The only one who doesn't seem afraid of him is Kukulja. He even let us go, when he had no obligation to do so. I think that if we had the chance to talk, we might find some common ground. Yes, I get that feeling too. I get the feeling he's a big softie. I knew you would. I've never been much of a fighter, but I make up for it in other ways. I'm a fairly good judge of character, for one. You mean like how you were a good judge of character with those merchants? For most of my life, I've lived in a remote village, deep in the forest. I had hardly any contact with the outside world, so the thought of talking to strangers was quite daunting at first. But over the course of my journey, I've traveled through all kinds of places. If there's one thing I've learned, it's this. Wherever you go, people are people. In the end, our cultures and the places where we grew up don't make that big of a difference. None of us are perfect, and we each have our faults. And even if it's harder to find in some than in others, I believe there is good in all of us. That's why I hope we have another chance to speak with the thieves. And Kukulja. I'm certainly not strong enough to beat any sense into them, so I'll try talking some sense into them instead. And if and when that fails, I'm here. Having said that, well, all of that, or having said, well, all of that, I can't help feel even a shred of goodness in that Chaltofeet. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough, or perhaps violence is the only language he understands. Things might get a little rough before he's willing to listen. Anyway, we can save him for last. I'll try thinking of a way to reach out to the other members of the gang. Give me a little time, would you? Okay. Tolja's plan is taking shape. Alright, I have something resembling a plan. First, we'll need to track down the members of Chaltofeet's gang. Then, we'll try convincing them to leave. Considering how terrified most of them were, I'm sure they're eager to free themselves of Chaltofeet and his outbursts. With fewer followers, he'll pose less of a threat to the people of Alamigo, and will stand a better chance of taking back the Steelhog vessel. Of course, we now know Kukulja and some of the other members by sight, so it shouldn't take too long to track them down. Time for another exciting round of Quiz the Locals, then? Rest assured, I'm already a step ahead of you. Besides, if your role is to fend off bandits and the like, mine should be to gather information and whatnot. Does that sound fair to you? More than fair. As it happens, our resistance friend stationed here had some interesting news to share. Apparently, the two men posing as merchants that we met before were spotted nearby, engaging in trade and conversing with caravan owners. All to nefarious ends, no doubt. They were last seen in a place called Alagana, so we should head over there right away. One has a beard and the other has blue eyes. Assuming they haven't changed their disguises, they should be fairly easy to find. One has a beard and the other has blue eyes. That narrows it down. Is that it? The facial hair of one guy, the eye color of another. No hair color, no height, no distinctive features, just beard and eyes. Eek! Hi! Hello! Aha! Good work, Shizune. Well, why, good evening. What can I do for you? You can start by dropping the affable merchant act. It's nothing but a front for your real line of work. Ugh! Save me, Chato Feet! Is that what you really want? You seemed so scared of him before. Look, we're not here to hurt you. We just want to retrieve the vessel. If you explain what's going on, we might even be able to help you. Why don't you start by telling us your names? Our names? Come to think of it, not once did Chaltofeet ask us that. It was always you there, or some undeserved insult instead. I'm Avenel, and this here is Pepin, both born and bred in Ulda. We were struggling to make ends meet until Chaltofeet, claiming to be a merchant, took us under his wing. Right. He said that he was just like us, exploited and sick of bending over backwards for the rich and powerful. Then he showed us the artifact and told us it had the power to change the world for the better. With its blessing, you could shrug off the charge of an Aurochs like it was a soft breeze, making you practically invincible. You can imagine how impressed we were, and we did exactly as he instructed. At first, he told us to pretend to be merchants so we could scout out vulnerable caravans. Next thing we knew, we were joining him on raids. We never wanted to hurt anyone, but we owed Chaltofeet for giving us the power to strive for a better life. And when we saw what happened to anyone who spoke up against him, it still makes my blood run cold to think of it. Chaltofeet mentioned before that he's also from Ulda, assuming he was telling the truth, that is. It seems to me his gang is mostly formed of people from a similar background. But what about Kukulja? He's a mercenary, correct? Yes, hired by Chaltofeet. He's so skilled that I doubt he even needs the blessing. Normally, he keeps to himself, but he once told me that about his homeland, an ocean away. Perhaps it is not unlike my own. Avenel, Pepin, even if you still view us as enemies, we appreciate you telling us the truth. No, we're the ones who should thank you. You've shown us more kindness than Chaltofeet ever has. There is one other thing, though. Although we know about the crimes we've been party to, could you give us some time to straighten things out? Once this is all over, we'll turn ourselves in, I promise. Of course, we're not the only ones looking to cut ties with Chaltofeet. We'll try to persuade the others to leave the gang. Not only that, with us acting as your men on the inside, we can help you take back your treasure. What do you say? This plan might just work. Count us in. We'll tell the resistance soldiers to hold off for now, and give you the chance to put things right. You won't regret it. We'll return to the den and talk to the others. Until next we meet, be careful. To be honest, that went a lot better than I expected. And although it was fairly obvious from the outset, they confirmed my suspicions about Kukulja traveling here to find work as a mercenary. Do you remember his reaction when we first encountered him? I have a feeling that he and I are both from a similar part of Coral, and he was surprised to see someone like me here in Eorzea. Whatever the reason, he's let us go twice now. He may be aiding and abetting a nefarious criminal, but I refuse to believe he's a bad person. I think it's worth talking to him, and for that, we'll need to create an opportunity. The way he spoke about his homeland to Avenel and Pepin means he probably misses it, which gives me an idea. Where I come from, we have a tradition of using incense burners, and if Kukulja's village is anything like mine, that fragrance will remind him of home. Then, just when he's feeling all homesick and vulnerable, we make our move. The incense itself is made from copal, a type of tree resin. Do you think you could collect some of that while I gather the other ingredients? I actually came up with this idea back in Aligiri and asked our resistance associate where we might find copal. The good news is that there should be some in a place called the Last Forest. The bad news is that the smell attracts all sorts of horrible creatures, so try not to get eaten. Wow, how convenient that you can find a specific type of tree resin here in Alagana, or in a Garabania, a desert location on a completely different continent from the forests that you grew up in. And not like on a farm that's been purposely planted to like farm the stuff locally. No, just naturally existing here. I need somebody who's more familiar with plant science to tell me if that is at all realistic. Is that copal I smell? I guess. Here you go. This is what it smells like when trees cry. Damn! Oh my, this is quite the find. Once I mix this with the other ingredients, we'll have a batch of traditional incense ready for burning. Unfortunately, the preparation takes a little time. So in the meantime, could you begin the search for Kukulja? According to the locals, a Mamulja has been seen near the river, which runs through Rust Rock. With all the dust swirling about this place, I can imagine he'd want to wash it all off somewhere. I find myself bathing more than than usual here, so I can relate. Ah, there he is. Hello! What are you doing here? Oh, there you are. Here, I have a present for you. It's an incense burner. The metal case is an old one I happen to have with me. I made the incense from fresh ingredients, including copal that Shizune collected. Why not try lighting it? I'm sure the aroma will bring back pleasant memories of home. There's no need. I'd recognize that smell anywhere. But as much as I long to return home, I'd rather not be reminded of what I left behind, what I might never see again. As things stand, I've no choice but to continue working as Chaltofete's mercenary, no matter what crimes he commits. But why? The fare for a ship back to Tyrol is enough to buy a mansion here in Eorzea. At least, that's what Chaltofete told me. And you believed him? He said that if I serve him loyally, he'd cover the cost of my journey home. Hold on a moment. Surely that can't be right. People rich and poor travel from Eorzea to Tuliolo all the time. It's true. Well, since I'm unfamiliar with the local customs for negotiations and such, Chaltofete offered to speak with the ship's owner in my stead. Compared to the journey from Tyrol to Eorzea, traveling in the opposite direction is far more perilous due to the, weather conditions and so forth. Were it not for Chaltofete's skill at the bargaining table, the price would have been even higher. Or so he said. And you believed him? Ugh, I've been played for a fool, haven't I? Yeah. That unscrupulous, thieving snake in the grass. He won't get away with this. I have an idea. You should come with me to Limsa Luminza, where I can introduce you to the captain of the merchant ship that brought me here. He's sure to give you passage home for a fair price. To tell the truth, I was rather hoping you'd join us in our cause. But you've already been through enough. Getting you home safe and sound comes first. I don't know what to say. Thank you? That would be a good start. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have unfinished business here. Though I may have been deceived, that is no excuse for the harm and suffering I have caused. I alone must settle the score with Chaltofete, once and for all. Whenever you're ready, the offer still stands. It's a pity we couldn't join forces, but he's got to do things his own way, I suppose. In any case, let's head back to Aligiri. With all those soldiers around, at least we won't have to worry about bandits, which is more than I can say for this place. Yeah. And I'm sure Kikilja will be totally fine and nothing will go wrong at all, and he's totally safe, and we have nothing to worry about. Right? You know, Kukulja. Oh, his name. I said Kukulja, right? Earlier. Did I misremember his name? Anyway. You know, Kukulja isn't at all like his first impression suggested. He was actually rather sweet, and perhaps a touch naive. I ship it. Still, we can't blame him for being taken in by Chaltofete's lies. And Kukulja wasn't the only one. I can't bring myself to forgive that treacherous viper. Hey! Thanks to him, we've been let him marry Dance and still have nothing to show for it. With any luck, our newfound allies, Avenel and Pepin, will have good news for us before long. Zitolja appears to be somewhat discombobulated. You'll never guess what? What? Someone I've never met before handed me a letter who said they were asked to deliver it by an entirely different person. I mean, yes, that is how letters work. There's no way to tell who the message is originally from. As I'm unaccustomed to, well, everything around here, I can't tell if the letters should be taken at face value or if there's some hidden meaning. Perhaps you could take a look. Chizune is to come to the Alamigan Quarter and meet with a man in spectacles. She must arrive incognito. The instructions are clear enough, But even so, this is as suspicious as month-old milk. On the other hand, it could be from Avenel and Pepin. While this smells like a trap, we don't have any better leads. I think we should do as the letter instructs, but proceed with the utmost caution. I'll meet you there. Okay, I'll make a quarter. Now that you're here, it's time to get you into disguise. As for me, even the most elaborate costume in the world will do little to help me or keep me hidden in a place like this. I'll stick to the shadows and watch from a safe distance. I took the liberty of picking your outfit for the occasion. Let's hope it fits, eh? The sash and straps are a bit tricky to get right, so if they come undone and your disguise falls apart, just come back to me and I'll help you get dressed again. Yeah, that works. Wait, I should still be able to ride my mount, right? Yes. Can I fly? Yes. Here. You must be Shizune, correct? I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Our mutual friend Avenel sends his regards. Like him, I and several others have resolved to make a clean break and free ourselves of Shaltofate for good. You and the Mamulja girl have done us a great service by giving us a chance to put things right before reporting us to the Resistance. Now, to the matter at hand. No doubt you are wondering why we must resort to such convoluted means to meet with you. Simply put, it is to avoid arousing the suspicions of Shaltofate and those so loyal to him. As for why we've brought you here, there is someone we wish for you to meet. For now, I ask that you remain in disguise. Okay. Your cooperation is appreciated. One moment, please. I'm glad we have this chance to meet. Would it that it were under better circumstances. My attempt to put a stop to Shaltofate's wrongdoing ended in failure. No! Really? I never would have guessed. I tried to seize the artifact, but he was ready for me. Even so, it wasn't all for nothing. Thank you all for joining me in spite of the ever-watchful eye of the Resistance. The time has come to initiate the next phase of my master plan. Until recently, we have concentrated our efforts on liberating wares from the hapless merchants. But this was all in service of to something far greater. Our disruption of the flow of goods into Alamigo has plunged the markets, and as a consequence, the city itself into chaos. Exactly as I had foreseen. No longer will we be forced to crawl through the mud and lick the boots of the rich and privileged. We shall cast down the oppressors. They will suffer as we have. The meager shall inherit this land. Down with the old order. I have invested our funds into restoring and enhancing discarded Magitech weaponry. Now, nothing can stop us from taking over Alamigo. That's enough, Shaltofit. Your treachery ends here. All this time, I believed your lies, but no more. Give me the artifact, now. It belongs to Sitolja and her people. What? But Kukulja is Shaltofit's right-hand man. Silence! Look at this wretched soul. The Mamulja girl has turned him against me, his one and only benefactor. Is his plan better or worse than Divermon's? I mean, at least he didn't go up to the guy being like, boss, could you reconsider? Like, the only flaw with this guy's plan is that he thought he'd be able to face off against Shaltofit alone, even knowing what the artifact was capable of. Divermon asks, this guy does have a weapon out. Be warned, should any of you side with this traitor, no longer shall you bask in the artifact's blessing. Now seize him, or face the consequences. Yes, that's more like it. Any future interference could place my entire plan in jeopardy. I must act without delay. With the artifact's blessing and its shockwaves at their disposal, I was given a beating and thrown into the dirt. Later on, my friends here and a few other sympathizers snuck out and treated my injuries. More importantly, my attempted mutiny will no doubt have Shaltofit panicking as he struggles to maintain his hold over the rest of the gang. An attack is imminent, with the palace his most likely target. I ask that you relay this to Sitolja. At the very least, she has a right to know the whereabouts of the artifact. There we go. Oh, there she is. I'm not sure about that because without us, you know, Sitolja can't fight. And Sitolja doesn't really know this area very well. The whole point of these quests is that we're local-ish, or at least I've been here before and know the area. So, what happened? Then we were right to trust the sender of the letter after all. We knew Kukulja had a score to settle with Shaltofit, but I had no idea he'd try to take it back the vessel as well. Though we may not be working side by side, I'm glad to count him amongst our allies. Speaking of which, we must inform the resistance about Shaltofit's plan right away. We stand a far better chance at stopping him with their support. But given the power at his disposal, even that may not be enough. I'll try to think of something. In the meantime, you should make whatever preparations you can, as even the smallest advantage may prove crucial. Like, I do think more of these quests should have involved combat, but I also think the trajectory of events would have been very different if we hadn't been there to beat up those bandits in the early, like in the second quest. Oh, and I see you've changed back to your usual garments. Not that the outfit I chose didn't suit you, but I think this is more your style. Cause like, I think us being there to back up Citolja, helped open the eyes of the bandits who decided to defect, because we did kick their butts. And B, knowing that we would be there to back them probably made them feel more safe about defecting than if it had just been Citolja. Because again, what's she gonna do? Citolja steels herself for the final confrontation with Shelterfeet. Avenel and Pepin are on their way here. It's Shelterfeet. He set his plan into motion. We would have come sooner, but after Kakulja openly opposed him, he became even more secretive than before. He refused to share his schemes with even his most loyal. Now, he's used a caravan to smuggle a load of Magitech into the city. He's about to launch an assault on the royal palace. We managed to sneak away, but Shelterfeet and the others will make their move any moment now. Understood. We'll head there straight away. We've no choice but to face them head on. While I wish there was more I could do to help, I'd best leave the fighting to you. No. What am I saying? There must be a way I can help. The treasure is from my village. I should be the one to solve this. I'm sure you'll think of something on the way. If you're in, you're in. This is no time to waver. Stand back and let me take care of this. If you're in, you're in. This is no time to waver. I thought I'd find you here. Citolja, you've already done as much for me and the others, or so much for me and the others Shelterfeet tricked into becoming his accomplices. It would appear it's in your nature to help wherever you can. Nevertheless, your place is not on the battlefield. You must leave that to Shizune and myself. But what about your injuries? They were not so severe to begin with, and those in the gang sympathetic to me provided various balms to treat the worst of them. I'm glad to know there are a few good eggs among them. But now that we've decided who's going, we need a plan. Honestly, I think the problem is the ranged physical quests might be the weakest of the bunch. From the way Shelterfeet uses the vessel, it's clear there's one thing he hasn't realized yet. As we say in my village, cracks form in even the mightiest of shields. If there's a limit to the blessed's power, we'll find it. Whatever you do, you'd better do it quickly. Shelterfeet and the others will soon reach the palace. We'll share everything we know with the Resistance and ask them to come as quickly as possible. Be careful out there. You know, originally I was gonna save it for next week, but once we finish this quest, we're gonna have some time left, so I might jump into the Viper quest right after this. I mean, I'm gonna fix some glamour-related stuff first, but then Viper quests. And that way I don't have to edit the schedule that I made for next week already. As I said, my wounds are healed. Even if they weren't, I'd still be here. They must have taken the long way around, since the caravan won't be able to traverse the stairs. We, on the other hand, have no such concerns. Let's take a shortcut and intercept them. Then again, they may try to use the vessel's power to stop our advance. We'd best keep our eyes peeled for danger. You're the best choice to lead the charge, so we'll await your signal. Alright, ready? Well then, it's now or never. Sorry, this charging into battle stuff is all new to me. I won't pretend I'm not scared, but I'll try to stay out of your way. They could have at least sent a healer. Besides, I can't afford to back down now, knowing what's at stake. Let's show Chateaufiet who he's dealing with. Like, the whole explanation they give is, oh yeah, she and her grandfather still had the blessing, while it's been fading from other people. But, like, surely the only people to still have the blessing couldn't have been an old man and a woman who doesn't seem to have any kind of combat or even hunting abilities. Or transferable hunting abilities, I should say. Infiltrating the city was almost too easy. Now go, comrades! The smoldering ruins of the old order will be the foundation of our utopia. That's as far as you go. I thought I'd seen the last of you. Really? That's a silly thing to think. Do you not see that this artifact can lift up the meek from under the boots of their oppressors? I mean, you're using it, you're leveraging it to oppress these people, so I don't think it's working out the way you say it is. Pre-battle hydration. Pre-battle stretch. Pre-battle posture check. Everybody else also make sure that you hydrate, stretch, and check that posture. Looking at you, Ash. I know how you sit in that chair. Not just one isolated tribe, but everyone who's ever known fear. You call me a villain, but it's you who would keep such a liberating power to yourself. You're heading to bed? Alright, you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. You are no better than those we struggle against, and only when your ilk have been eradicated will the world know freedom. The hour has come for us to rise up and take what is rightfully ours. My whole village might rely on the treasure's blessing, but we would never use it to steal from others. You lie, cheat, and sow nothing but misery. You don't want to cast down the oppressors. You want to be the oppressors. Silence! Enough of your sanctimonious prattle. Chateaufiet Craven's Creed. That sure is an interesting name. Perhaps I am every bit as wicked as you claim, but what of it? Oh, did my mic pick up me cracking my knuckles? That's fun. Does your self-righteousness make you feel better, or make you better than me? In this case, yes. For you, and all those who judge me unworthy, my hatred will never die. Remember, cracks form even in the mightiest of shields. There must be some truth to it. Don't let up your attack. Right. As soon as you let me attack. Ah, there we go. Man, imagine if part of the trick to this fight was gotta aim their AoEs at each other. Defeat them with friendly fire. That would have actually been an interesting fight. Now I kind of want them to do something like that. Probably not even in Realm Reborn numbers, but, you know, kind of close. Rat-Row, your shield doesn't look so good. What if I attack from this direction? Yes. Does direction actually matter? It does. Interesting. Okay. I still like my friendly fire idea, but this works. Man, I just realized this means they gave us a ranged physical job where we actually have positionals. What the fuck? Melling Curse, let's see what you make of this. That wasn't so bad. Got any more? Ah, you do. Got any more? Oh, oh, I'm lagging. Oh, no. Okay. We're okay. I'm gonna snooze us out just because we're so close to finishing this fight. I think. At the very least, I don't think we're gonna finish it in a minute. There's a safe spot. that all you got? Ooh! It might be. I don't think this fight is gonna last long enough for me quote-unquote mistiming my stuff to matter. Let's go. Technically, I used the song early there, but yeah, it didn't matter. We win! We got the vessel back, and it's still in one piece. Please, I beg of you, give me the artifact. All the trials I've overcome to join the Unbound, everything I did was for a chance at happiness. Yeah, but only for yourself and at the expense of everyone else. Without the blessing, I'm nothing. My enemies will live on unpunished. Poor baby. Enough. I've tried reasoning with you, but it seems there's only one language you understand. I mean, you're not beating the Team Rocket allegations there, buddy. Are you all right? Never better. We surrender. I'd say that Chow Feet's plans for world domination are well and truly over. Not only that, but the Steel Hog vessel is back where it belongs. Or at least, it will be soon. Of course, I have you two to thank for everything. I quite literally couldn't have done it without you. Yay! Alright, Twitch wants to run ads, so we will continue this after the ad break. So yeah, see you guys in a few minutes, and I'll see you on the other side. Alright, and we're back. So, it's finally over. Yes, it is. Although the resistance arrived more than a bit late, they've now taken Chateaufiet and his cronies into custody. They're lucky we were on hand to confront the gang, for things could have ended very differently. I have to say, my first trip overseas was a lot more eventful than I'd have liked, but I'm glad I had the chance to meet so many interesting people. Well, apart from all the criminals, that is. As much as I'd like to spend more time seeing the sights and whatnot, I suppose I'd best get the vessel back to Tyrell. What about you, Kakulja? There's only one thing I can do. Turn myself in, just like Pepin and Avenel. Even if I was dancing to Chateaufiet's tune, the fact remains that I've committed those crimes of my own free will, and I must pay for the penalty. Perhaps if I am one day granted freedom, I'd like to pay my way home with fairly earned coin. The first thing I'd do upon returning is visit your village, and offer my apologies for using the artifact to carry out evil deeds. After that, No, it is too soon to speak of such things. Wherever your journeys lead, you're always welcome in my village. Be sure to come visit one day. How about you, Shizune? If you happen to pass through Tuliolo, my grandfather would love to show his appreciation for all you've done. Maybe I'll see you there. Yeah! Good luck, buddy. Hopefully they go easy on him, since he was being manipulated. Alright, now back to Tuliolo. You know what? Also, just to make things a little bit easier for me, have I ever used my free teleport on this character? Where do I have that set to right now? Is it set to... Have I not used it on... Oh. Oh, well, okay. Security token, free destination. Yeah. That'll make things a lot easier. I could take the stairs. Or, you know what? Actually, stairs is probably a little bit faster. There we go. Raholja. That's what he has to say. Hi! I'm back! You are returned, Shizune. But pray tell, what has become of my granddaughter? Why, I'm right here. We did it, grandfather. We took back the Steelhog vessel. My dear, what a relief it is to see you safe and well. Of course, I'm glad you were able to retrieve the treasure, but even that cannot compare to the joy of seeing your smile once more. And to you, Shizune, I must express the sincerest gratitude. No doubt we have you to thank for Setolja's safe return, not to mention that of the vessel as well. Hey, it's what I do. Absolutely. I would have been lost without your guidance and bravery in the face of danger. Thank you, truly. Anyway, we should be getting back to the village. No doubt the others will be clamoring to use the Steelhog vessel to go hunting. I'll be coming back to Tuliolo at some point, so hopefully we'll run into each other again soon. Until next time. We win! And now I can dye my gear. Alright, so, one moment. Let me just... Very important thing I need to do. I'm gonna need to switch over to Viper. Just to make my life a little bit easier with this. Plus, we're gonna be doing Viper quests after this. Because, yeah, we have time. Stream started late, so I was already planning on going a little past our normal end time. But first, retire to room. And let me just stick my Bard artifact. Whoops, I don't want that. Bard artifact chest piece. Bartifact, if you will. In here. Store as glamour. Bard. Whoop, not you. Oh, right. I need to actually get a dye out. And that's gonna be this one. Nobody comment on my inventory. It's fine. Oop, didn't want to dye that. Although, like, for people who, like, that color is their jam, this looks really nice dyed pure white. How does it look in pure black? I actually... See, I like the kind of textured look of it undyed. And it's already basically, like, black denim. So, that's not what I'm going for. There we go. Do I prefer it void blue? What do you guys think? Void blue or dark blue? Man, they actually both look nice. How does it look with the full glamour? I think... Actually, I think the void blue looks better. I think I need it to be a little bit lighter. Alright, so, put that back. I've got lots of void blue. Man, my inventory is gonna clear up so much when I... Although, hang on, let me see something. Yeah, if you want a denim look, that looks... it doesn't look as good as I would have liked. I wish the texture from it being undyed carried over to it being dyed. I hit the wrong thing again. There we go. Alright. Much better. Now, let me edit the glamour. Plop that there. Save. And apply. And now, I can take the jacket out. So I won't be shirtless when I switch back to Bard. But see, it all works out. All right. And let's fix Summoner here. Also, I got Summoner Trail 100 last night. Hooray! So yeah, next week will probably be at least caster and healer job role quests, maybe ranged Phys and tank, or no, not ranged Phys, melee and tank. We will see. Some of that's going to depend on if I can get Dark Knight leveled the last 4 levels in time, and then the rest of it's a time issue. But anyway, in the meantime, for tonight, let us head over to words are hard. We want to go to Ulda. We're gonna get those Viper quests done. Because I want to be able to stop forgetting about them. Let's see here. I think... Was he near-ish? Was Gladiator's Guild the closest one to him? I guess we'll find out. No. It was the Weaver's Guild. Alright. Hi, Keshqua. Kashqua wonders if you have what it takes to master the art of the Viper. I mean, I hope so by now. I'm level 99. Well, you sure look the part, but do you feel anything from the soul crystal? Again, I sure hope so. Heh, I knew it. Sounds like you got what it takes to be a Viper. But the only way to know for sure is to put them new skills to the test. For that, we'll need prey. From what I hear, you adventurers have got your own guild, so I'm guessing the folks there'll know the best spots for hunting. Let's go see what they can tell us. What am I doing? Running? Using my own 2 feet to go where I need to go? Pshaw. Teleporting is the way to go. A befuddled boy? Come on, kid. You telling me you don't know any hunting spots? He is a child. I already said I don't know anything about beasties. Who are you, anyway? Poor kid needs an adult. Do you know anything about local hunts? I say as if I'm not from Ul'dah. If you're after deadly predators, try Spineless Basin. Lately, there have been sightings of heretofore unknown species. Those that slaughter anything that moves, including travelers. What's worse, they work in packs. Even the adventurers hired to cull them ended up meeting a sticky end. That's not good. Also, wouldn't the easiest way to handle any of this just be to talk to Momodi first? You got a lead already? Maybe there's something to this whole asking around thing after all. Yeah, when you know who to ask. Predators not from around these parts, you say? Either they got chased out of their usual habitat, or they were brung here. Either way, that's bad news for folks unfortunate enough to cross paths with them. The hunting of Tyrell Vidral is a Viper's most important duty, but that doesn't mean we turn a blind eye to lesser threats. Next stop, Spineless Basin. I just realized I might be so over-leveled that this quest is gonna, like, these quests are gonna be an absolute joke. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing at this point. These here adventurers ran into a whole gaggle of the fiends we're after. They got pretty roughed up, but I saw to their wounds already. Don't you worry. Before we go say hello to the troublemakers, I reckon I ought to teach you about the Viper's dual blades. Our techniques were created for the sole purpose of killing Tyrell Vidral. Most of them are meaner varieties of things you might encounter in the wild, often with special powers to boot. To stand a chance against these powerful enemies, our ancestors looked to Vipers for inspiration, always twisting and turning to find the perfect angle of attack to take down bigger prey. 2 blades, for the twin fangs of a Viper, to wield in tandem and strike with precision. They can also be combined into a single weapon that weaves and sways like the body of a snake. By switching between these stances, the Viper has the capacity to adapt to any situation. Now, the prey we're after tonight ain't nowhere near as fearsome as a Tyrell Vidral, but they'll give you a chance to test out your new skills. Let me know when you're ready. I mean, I saved the world with these skills, so I think I might be good, but thanks for the tutorial. The beasts we're chasing supposedly work in packs. My gut tells me there's a whole bunch of them over by that big old tree. Let me go. Let me at him. Let me at him. I appreciate them adding a tutorial to new jobs as part of the job quests. Especially when the job when the job starts at level 80. But like, let me at him. Oh, I have to talk to you first? Alright. Let's start with the basics. Yeah. There are two stances, Dual Fang and Viper. Dual Fang means wielding your two blades separately. Start by using either Steel Fangs or Reaving Fangs, then press the attack. To finish the sequence, switch back to Viper and hit him with Death Rattle. Yeah. I get it. Oh, hang on. Let me... I hope I didn't accidentally kill all the enemies that I'm gonna need for this quest. Oh, cool, they respawn. Never mind. I heard that. Time to approach or practice your Dual Fang techniques. Start with an opener, follow up with a second, then pick one of the four finishers. Flank Sting Strike, Flank Fang, Hind Sting Strike, or Hind's-Bane Fang. As you can tell by the names, each finisher works best from a certain position. But don't worry about that for now. Just give them all a try. Nice of them to make it so that just following the pretty lights, maybe this is how the job flows in general, but following the pretty lights already gives us everything we need for the quest. Oh, am I supposed to defeat all of them now? Or, oh, they ran away. I see. Oh, wait, am I not gonna get to fight? Let me at him! Never mind. Oh, was I supposed to talk to him? Yes, I was. Whoops, I jumped the gun. My bad. If I just talk to him, will it interrupt me? Oh, cool. This is just explaining... Oh, this is explaining AoEs. I got it. Okay. I think. Yeah? Oh, wait, no. I see what this is telling me to do. Okay. I just don't pay attention to the names of my quests usually. Easy enough. And there they go. We getting to fight the big bad? Here it is. Aha. Time to take it down a peg or three. Just remember what you're dealing with here. It ain't no pushover like the rest. Okay. Still, you got all the tools you need at your disposal. Yeah, let me at him. Let me at him. The nice thing about this is it means I can do my positionals, because his AoEs are making him stand still. That's awfully nice of him. Not that it matters. Oh, I just realized, yeah. No positionals for this guy. Never mind. Man, in here I thought I was being clever. Not bad at all. Those were just the basics, but your execution was mighty impressive, almost like I've had lots of practice at this point. Since you've proven you won't be a liability, let me tell you about the Tara Vidral we're up against. We call it Iksok Shamajun. Samayun? It's an offshoot of the brush, a deadly jungle predator, and after a series of mutations, this one's grown huge wings. Worse yet, it's smart as a whip and has a mean streak a mile wide. After learning of the beast, me and my most promising student set off to slay it. Facing it head-on seemed like suicide, so we laid an ambush. Almost worked, too. Almost. We thought we had it subdued and made our approach to deliver the killing blow, but we'd underestimated the fiend's cunning nature. When we got close, it lashed out, lightning quick before taking to the skies. I cradled my brother in arms as he breathed his last. I'm sorry. Revenge is all I've been able to think about ever since. I traveled the length and breadth of Taral looking for that beast, with nothing to show for it but a half-dozen pairs of ruined boots. With each passing day, I grew more and more desperate. That was until I met some folks who'd crossed the salt on a trade ship from Ulda. They claimed they'd seen a huge winged creature flying eastwards over the ocean. Knowing how clever Iksok Shamayun is, I reckoned it's gone in its search of new hunting grounds. Somewhere without an established threat like us Vipers. So I bought passage on a ship, and here I am. Little did I know Eorzea would be damn near as big as Taral. I'm a fish out of water, and I'm not afraid to admit it. Or that I'm gonna need all the help I can get. That's where you come in. With you on my side, I might just stand a chance of avenging my fallen comrade. What do you say? Sure, let me help. Thanks, that means a lot. Let's get back to Ulda and see if we can't find some clues as to Iksok Mayun's whereabouts. Mayun Mahun? How do they usually pronounce J's in Tirali? I can't remember. As you saw at the Weaver's Guild, chatting up folks ain't my strong suit. If you're happy to take the lead, I'm happy to follow, at least for now. Think you could ask the locals if they've spotted any strange creatures flying around? As for me, I'll study your technique. See if I can't brush up my social graces and whatnot. It's not that I'm averse to chewing the fat with folks, but getting useful information out of them sometimes feels like drawing blood from a stone. Half the battle is choosing the right person to ask, I reckon. I'll watch how you pick 'em. See if I can't do better when it's my turn. Okay. Well, local guards are always a good place to start. A flying beast? Why yes, of late we've had sightings of such a creature. More and more each day. We're looking into it ourselves, but there have been no reported attacks, nor can I provide a more detailed description. As such, I can't say if it's the same one you're after. I just want to. All right. Yeah, when I was on the ship here, I heard about this hunt your local companies seem to be running. We got a system like that back in Tyrol too, mainly for dealing with the Tyrol Vidral. Naturally, the bulk of the work was handled by Vipers, but ever since the Dawn Servant came to power, the scope's been expanded to cover a wider range of threats. Thanks to Kona! These days, pretty much anyone can take on jobs, and there's no shortage of them all over. If you're ever in Tyrol, maybe you ought to give it a try. I am already part of your hunting guild. Whole lot of people here. We got cities of our own back in Tyrol, but this is something else. You know, to become a Viper, traditionally you've got to live in this remote village in the mountains, where you learn all you can about the habits of various beasts. Ain't much else to do out there, so anytime you get to yourself, you're expected to spend honing your skills. Once training's done, you're free to roam where you please. There ain't many Tyrol Vidral that need hunting, but they can spring up pretty much anywhere in Tyrol. Or pretty much anywhere in Tyrol. So many say it's good to keep on the move. Me, though, I chose to stick around even after I finished my training. Gave me a chance to work on my swordsmanship. And instead of going out looking for work, folks came straight to us asking for help. That's how I got complacent and fell into the habit of letting my elders and students do all the talking and negotiating with outsiders. Even my passage here was arranged by an acquaintance. Hi, Didilata. It's been a while. Do you remember me? I've done quests for you, if I recall. What? A winged creature? Well, I've only heard the rumors. They say it was has a dozen faces, ringed with red, wriggling tentacles, and it shoots beams of light from its eyes. Are you sure you're not thinking of the final days? Of course, it's all too common for those with more money than sense to bring in bizarre species from distant lands. And the trouble with rumors is that they grow ever more fanciful with each retelling. Well, damned if I know how you did it, but you and your silver tongue got useful information out of folks. Even if none of it amounted to a solid lead, the knowledge that Iksok Mahum wasn't or hasn't kicked up a proper fuss yet is a clue all itself. I reckon it's taking its time to get the lie of the land, having only just arrived here. Alright, now I've seen a master at work, I'm gonna try my hand at talking to the locals. Now, don't get ahead of yourself. I know full well I'll probably make a fool of myself, but no one ever got good at at anything by standing around with their thumb up their ass. That's true. And it just so happens I brought with me a whole bunch of herbs and knickknacks from back home that I can sell to keep myself fed. It might take a while to find any solid leads, but at least I can get by for the time being. So those are the ones who slew my pets. interlopers on the hunt for my next startling prize. Little do they know it's lost interest in Thanalan. Just as well, its fickle nature may yet bring us greater delights. I wouldn't put too much faith in hearsay, if I were you. But I suppose even exaggerated rumors of a flying creature are of some use to you, yes? Oh, there he is. I'll be doing my damnedest to get more information. Might take a while, though. So come see me later. And don't forget to practice your Viper techniques. Having conquered his fear of questioning the locals, Keshqua is ready to do something else. Good to see you, Shizune. After a lot of asking around, I dug up some new leads on Shmahun? Man, I wish, like, I like the lore books, and I don't think this should be part of the lore books necessarily, but I wish that they would, like, print out books, at least, that were pronunciation guides for the different languages in 14. Or at least, I think I did. Wasn't easy, though. At first, the only stories of interest were about Gridanian poachers dealing in so-called exotic meats. Juveniles. In other words, too young and too dead to be what we're after. That detour notwithstanding, there were a few other tidbits that might be useful. I got my own thoughts on the matter, but I want to hear yours, too. That alright? Go on, then. Much obliged. So I hear an adventurer came across a whole bunch of strikingly beautiful red feathers just outside of town. They ended up giving them to some kids who've been playing with them ever since. More to the point, there was talk of a huge beast with glowing blue eyes flying off towards a place called the Black Shroud. Red feathers, blue eyes. Put the two together, and it sounds an awful lot like Iksok Shmayun. Seems it's hard enough in Thanalan, or it seems it's hard enough of Thanalan and picked the Shroud as its new stomping ground. But what's your take on it all? It's a promising lead. Ha! I knew you'd agree. After the amount of mystery meat I had to sample just to squeeze information out of those butchers at the market, I'm glad it all paid off. As for our next move, I reckon we ought to take an airship to Gridania. From what I hear, a fellow by the name of Gavin, over at the Adder's Nest, should be able to tell us more. I'll meet you there. Alright, to Gridania. How might I help? I'm after a Teralvidra... hang on. He cuts himself off. I'm after a Teralvidra... I'm searching for this dangerous creature that's come over from another continent. What a weird way to word that. That does not sound like how people talk. I see. As it happens, I am aware of a beast that matches the description of this Iksok Shmayun. Shmayun. One of those has to be right. Our scouts spoke of its blue eyes and red wings, and of its aggressive nature, leading it to attack any who dare approach. So it really is here in the South Shroud, it really is here in the Shroud, and up to no good apparent already. Thankfully, there have been no deaths so far, but it's only a matter of time before a merchant or adventurer becomes the first. I believe Iksok Shmayun came here in search of new territory. Thanalan wasn't to its liking, and now it's testing out the shroud. It would appear so. I'll tell the other adders that you're pursuing the beast, and to lend what assistance they can. I assume that's all right with you? Yes, sir. The more the merrier. Slaying the bastard's what matters, and I ain't too proud to accept help when it's offered. So, where was it last seen? In the South Shroud. Once you get there, head for Quarry Mill and look for Lieutenant Goliath. He's leading the search. Alright, Quarry Mill. I don't believe we've had the pleasure. I gather you are in pursuit of the creature? I'm guessing that's Lieutenant Goliath, but who are those two? You must be Keshqua and Shizune. The Adder's Nest sent word to expect you both. I'm Goliath, Goliath? The officer in charge of this operation. This is Innocent Stork, who's provided us with vital information. A merchant and her employee spotted the beast on the way back from Ulda. She's also taken the liberty of assembling a team of experts to assist in tracking the target. At no small expense, I might add. But compared to the losses my business would suffer were the creature allowed to roam free, I deemed it a worthy investment. As our goals are aligned, perhaps you wish to join my experts in the field? If so, you'll find them near Roots Lake. I'm sure you'll get along swimmingly. Looks like we're late to the party. Let's go hear what they have to say. That fellow standing behind me, my bodyguard. One can never be too careful, particularly when traversing known trade routes. In light of Innocent Stork's considerable generosity, the Twin Adders have decided to let her experts handle the primary search effort in our stead. My men and I will provide support by making inquiries around the settlement and sharing any new information we happen to acquire. I'm sure this will go well, especially since she has such a trustworthy face. Here we go. I'd say we found our experts. Fresh meat for the hunt, eh? Order came down to let you tag along, but don't get underfoot. We're looking for signs of the creature so our naturalists can predict its movements. We'll then lay traps where it's expected to appear. Got themselves a proper plan, don't they? Seeing as they're being so accommodating, we may as well join in the search. Okay. Just gonna take a shortcut down here. Sign of activity. The dung appears to be that of an enormous beast. Judging by its dry appearance and muted odor, it was excreted some time ago. Gross! Warrior of Light, poop expert. The dung exudes a foul odor. The lingering warmth indicates it was recently deposited. That's most certainly a way to word that. These creatures bear the marks of an enormous claw on their hindquarters, suggesting they were struck down as they attempted to flee. Poor guys. It didn't even eat them! What, was it just toying with them? Found me a few signs of activity. How about you? Poop. More dead animals. More poop. Corpses of grazing animals gouged by monstrous claws. Same here. The size and depth of the wounds are consistent with how Iksok Shmayun hunts. And just like back in Tyrol, it's killing not just to eat, but also to mark its territory, to show anyone and everyone who's boss. There you are. Managed to sniff anything out? Unfortunately. Yes, sir. Aside from a couple of dunghills, we got some dead wildlife, most likely the work of Iksok Shmayun. I reckon it's close, somewhere north of the swamp. We came to the same conclusion. This predator makes no attempt to cover its tracks. Clearly, it has survived so long by virtue of its immense proportions and in spite of its diminishing intelligence. I wouldn't just assume that. You got it all wrong. It left those tracks on purpose, to see how we'd react. Are you saying the beast is testing us? That's absurd. The level of foresight and cunning required to even attempt to do so is far beyond these lesser beings. As for the corpses it left behind, those animals must not have been to its taste. I suggest using fresh cuts of prime livestock as bait. The bloodier, the better. Once the creature has been enticed, surrounding and subduing it is but a formality. Hate to break it to you, but Iksok Shmayun's way too clever to fall for that. You're gonna need every trick in the book, and then some. Rest assured, I've considered every eventuality. And even if there was merit to your advice, I will not let it be said that our success was the product of anyone's genius but mine and mine alone. You're gonna get you and your men killed. What difference does it make who came up with what? A monetary difference. Innocent Stork offers better rewards based on performance. Aye, don't even think about trying to steal our thunder. We're the ones who will bring her, or Iksok, whatever its name is, not you. Listen, we're trained to fight large predators like these. If you got any sense, you'll let us take the lead. And put our lives in the hands of complete strangers? I think not. There's no place in our strategy for you, so stand aside and await further instructions. Fine, have it your way. If you're half the hunters you think you are, Iksok Shmayun's as good as dead, right? Come on, Shizune, let's leave him to it. Nothing good ever came from working with people you can't trust. Even I know that. Right. Then it's decided. You two will wait at the southern end of the lower paths. Be ready to give chase in case the beast escapes us. Not that it will. Bye! It was nice meeting you! I hope you have an enjoyable whatever's left of your life. A viper should be the one to finish off Iksok Shmayun, to properly avenge our brother in arms. But really, it doesn't matter who does the deed, so long as the beast dies. True, but I don't think these guys know what they're getting themselves into, and hubris is one hell of a killer. Awful quiet, don't you think? Yeah. Too quiet? Ah! You hear that? Yeah, kind of hard not to. That must be one of the hunting party. It came from the north. Let's move. Okay. Let's see here. How much of a disaster are we about to come across? Alright. Cool. It moved. I can get a better view of these guys. Are they breathing? I don't think so. I just want to see if there's any other corpses around here. No? It was just those two? Okay. Fair enough. So, did you guys kill it? Oh. It's bad. Real bad. Is he still breathing? Ugh. Ugh. I know it hurts, but please, tell us what happened. I might be better off just getting an echo vision from this guy. It was watching us. That fresh lamb should draw the target out of hiding. Though, if I lace it with the toxin I brought, success is practically guaranteed. Toxin? We were explicitly told not to kill the beast in case you'd forgotten. Of course not. It can be used as a sedative. Highly potent, but only lethal if applied in excess. If you lack the stomach for it, I'll do it myself. Naturally, my personal contributions will be detailed in the final report, to ensure credit is given where due. What the hells are you playing at? If it catches wind, the plan's ruined. Shouldn't we go after them? No, it'll only make things worse. If that bookworm wants to stick his neck out for a few kill more, I say let him. What? No! No! Ah! We did try to warn you. Gods have mercy. There it is. Stay calm. Nothing's changed. Except the bait. Now's our chance. They were screaming. I ran, but I could still hear. You were right. It knew. It knew. Blech. Keshqua, Shizune! By the 12, what happened here? The hunters became the hunted. I shall see that the remains are recovered and the necessary rites performed. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to return to Quarry Mill and share these unfortunate tidings with innocent Stork. Oh, that was nice of them to teleport me back. Even with the sedatives, they didn't stand a chance. If only I'd talked them out of it. This never would have happened. I'd anticipated casualties, but it was a massacre. Ikshok Shmayun's power, or growth, bleh, oh my god, I can read. Ikshok Shmahun's grown his boulder. Before, it only hunted animals, lone travelers. Prey it knew it could handle with ease. Its past brushes with death taught it to be cautious. That's probably why it fled to Rala in the first place, too. But it just outwitted a group of armed hunters. Instead of running away from trouble, the beast went looking for it. This was sport, a game. It was having fun. And now it's had a taste. It's only gonna want more. My poor judgment invited this tragedy. I must make amends. Please, allow me to assist you in pursuing the creature. Even without a team of experts at my disposal, I believe my network of contacts will prove useful in gathering vital information. Keep the freelancers out of it and leave the hunting to us. Says the freelancer. Understood. I place my faith in your abilities as Vipers. Appreciate it, ma'am. If you turn up any leads, be sure to let us know. I'd best return to the Adder's Nest and deliver my report. It's imperative we inform the populace of the threat posed by Ikshok Shmahun. Might I ask that you use Quarry Mill as your temporary base of operations? Knowing where to find you will make it easier to coordinate our efforts. Suits me fine. Besides, I got plenty to do here, like learn about this neck of the woods and the critters and whatnot. But while I have you, there's one thing I want to ask. How'd the twin adders get their name? I beg your pardon? What does that have to do with Ikshok Shmahun? I think he's just curious because snake. Nothing, really. It's just that us Vipers base our fighting arts on snakes. So they're near and dear to our hearts. Might even say we got a reverence for them. Is that so? I suppose we also feel a kinship towards snakes. The name Twin Adders comes from the pair of white snakes on the Gridanian standard, though that imagery predates the city-state's founding. There's more I could tell you, though I fear our other matters must take precedence. Heh, with a history as long as that, we'd be here talking till the Packers came home. I'd love to hear more about it, but I understand it'll have to wait. I'd best get to learning what I can about Ikshok Shmahun. Well, I see to that, maybe you ought to squeeze in some more training. I think I'm good. Which does want to run ads, though. So we will continue after the ad break. because I don't want to risk talking to him and it sending us into another cutscene. So, yeah, I will see you guys in a few minutes. And then this is Vipers on the Hunt. We've got 3 quests after this. I may or may not have the wiki pulled up. But yeah, so we've got a couple more quests after this, and then we'll be done. We're halfway through. So yeah, I'll be back soon. You guys go get your stretches in, hydration, all that good stuff, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Alright, and we're back. Now let's return to the hunt. Vipers on the hunt! Keshkwa has grave tidings to share. I had a bad feeling when I woke up this morning, and sure enough, Iksok Shmahun has struck again. Goliath and Innocent Stork are trying to narrow down where it'll appear next, based on the reports, but so far they've come up empty. I hear Goliath is over at Fallguard Float, talking to witnesses. Or Fallgord Float. I always call it Fallguard for some reason. Fallgord Float. Talking to witnesses. Let's go see what he's learned. Yeah, refer back to what I said yesterday about my long history of thinking a word is pronounced one day, and then one day I look closer at how it's spelled, and I realize, oh no. Oh, my eyes glazed over letters. I switched around with letters. I pronounced things all sorts of wrong. Oh wait, Fallgord. That's North Shroud. This is Tranquil. Same as with Innocent Stork's hunters. It's leaving the corpses where they lie, uneaten. All to make a point. This is my claim, and you live or die at my pleasure. Thank you for coming. I expect Keshkwa has shared some of the details, but it's even worse than we thought. Iksok Shmahun grows increasingly bold, with deadly consequences. For a blessing, the people here remain calm, though we must act quickly to avoid widespread panic. The Adders have called upon anyone with information to share and asked that they gather here. As we requested that any detail be reported, no matter how small, we find ourselves somewhat inundated. I'm certain, however, that among the accounts are clues vital to locating our quarry. We can help with that. All we gotta do is ask folks around here what they've seen, right? Ah, yes. That would be most helpful. Perhaps you could start near the Aetherite, while Shizune asks those over by the Bobbing Court. I'd recommend questioning the adventurers. With their curious nature and penchant for getting into trouble, they're more likely to have seen something of interest. What are you trying to say? Just recommend that I talk to them because I too am an adventurer, and maybe they'd be more willing to chew the fat with a fellow adventurer. Call me crazy, but I think I'm starting to get the hang of these conversational arts. Might be I had a good teacher. Aw, thanks. Kind of funny considering the fact that the game also has a running joke about the Warrior of Light's thick neck muscles, or from all the nodding, but you know. I was passing through the North Shroud when I saw a frightful creature with immense red wings. It was a little too far away to see clearly, but it seemed to be battling a group of smaller beasts, which it promptly slaughtered before flying away. Even from a distance, I could make out what it did to those other smaller creatures. I'll never forget the way its claws ripped through them like a knife through butter. While passing through, I heard that some fiend was on the rampage over in East Shroud. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I saw the people coming from that direction and the looks on their faces, I decided to stay put. Good thing I did, too, or I might have died. Oh, right. Hang on. Does she have any additional information if I talk to her a second time? Perhaps? I don't know exactly what happened in the East Shroud, but given the way the survivors were talking, it must have been horrific. I saw it, flying over the central shroud. With each flap of its massive wings came a powerful wind, bearing the scent of blood. So noxious and suffocating. It was all I could do not to vomit where I stood. Those crimson wings, the stench of blood. That'll haunt me till the end of my days. No offense, buddy, but you're an adventurer. You're gonna have to get used to that kind of shit. Our job is scary. I mean, or I guess you could just spend the rest of your life carting poop if that's what you really want to do. Everyone's got a story to share, but nothing that seems to point to where Shmahun might strike next. You any better? It's been sighted in Central Shroud and East Shroud. Northeast, oh, and North Shroud, yeah. Northeast and Central Shroud, huh? The folks I asked said it was in the south. I tell you, it must be trying to make the whole damn forest its territory. Hold on now. One of the guys I talked to was in the East Shroud. Your witness heard the beast was on the rampage, but mine said he never saw Shmahun, even though they should have been there at the same time. That's worth looking into, don't you think? You might be onto something there. I'm not saying that this to be is the answer, but you never know where a trail will take you till you follow it. We ought to go chat that fellow up, or chat up that fella again. I'll take you to him. Either someone's lying, or like this thing is targeting people and only specifically showing itself to specific people. This gentleman who sauntered through the East Shroud and didn't see a thing, or so he said. Or this is a gentleman who sauntered through East Shroud and didn't see a thing, or so he says. Then how come he's here with everyone else? As I said before, I was traversing the East Shroud on an errand, when I heard what sounded like the flapping of enormous wings. A moment later, I saw a wounded animal charging through the brush. It was then I recalled the rumors of a monstrosity on the loose, realized I was in danger, and ran. So the critter was hurt, but still able to make an escape? But the only way it could have gotten away from Shmahun is if the bastard chose to let it go. Meanwhile, our friend here was close enough to hear the wings flapping, yet lived to tell the tale. An adventurer traveling alone would have been easy pickings, so why'd Shmahun spare him? He did something that no other adventurer had done before? He was carrying something that no other adventurer had? Either one of those could have been it. He did something that no other adventurer had done before? Carrying something would count under that. Besides running like my life depended on it, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. But then again, one thing does spring to mind. I carry a potpourri filled with Girabani and wildgrass, an Alamegan custom, in case you're unaware. That's gotta be it. Goliath will want to hear about this. That was odd. I've never seen anyone get so excited by the mere mention of a potpourri. But I guess, but it takes all sorts, I suppose. We can go over the finer details later, but first, I need Goliath to look into something for me. Could you wait here a moment? Keshkwa has asked me to verify a theory of his. I shan't be long. It's exactly as you'd surmise. Most of those who've seen Ikshok Shmahun and lived to tell the tale are Alamegan adventurers. I knew it. It's gotta be that fragrance. A lot of animals have a powerful sense of smell, and Ikshok Shmahun's no exception. Which makes it that much more sensitive to odors that it doesn't care for. I reckon the beast can't stand the wild grass in those potpourris. It's a potent fragrance. A lot like another kind of grass we got back in Taral. Come to think of it, Ikshok Shmahun never went near anywhere that grass was growing. If one man's meat is another's poison, perhaps the same can be said for aromas. Exactly. And now that we know what Ikshok Shmahun can't stomach, We can use this information to drive it where we want it. Then, it would behoove me to share our discovery with Innocent Stork. Given the information and contacts at her disposal, I dare say she'll help us find a way to utilize the fragrance to its maximum potential. I dare say you're right. In the meantime, we'll head on over to Girabanya and pick us some wild grass. Yes, by all means. We must do everything in our power to avert further tragedy. Many of the adventurers gathered here are so terrified of encountering each Mahun that they're considering abandoning the profession entirely. Several are yet fledglings. If they had to contend with a foe far beyond their reckoning, they'd die before gaining enough experience to even be considered adventurers. The thought of their bright futures being snatched away like that is almost more than I can bear. This is the very reason I joined the Twin Adders, to prevent such senseless deaths. Therefore, I humbly request your cooperation in slaying the dread Iksok Shmahun. No need. I have every intention of putting the bastard in the dirt. Yeah! To the matter at hand, then. A few moments ago, one of the adventurers mentioned that the wild grass we seek grows abundantly at Pike Falls. Once you've collected enough, let us rendezvous at Quarry Mill. I must warn you, though, that Girabanya is home to some particularly vicious wildlife. Be on your guard. Don't you know who I am? Girabanya is nothing. At least to me. This'll be easy peasy. I'll let the Eorzean Alliance know you'll be harvesting necessary supplies in the fringes, lest the sentries mistake the two of you for bandits or worse. I don't think that's something I need to worry about. They know my face. I hope. I think. I'm pretty sure. Alright, Pike Falls. That's closer to Castle Orions. A lot of Alamigo tonight. Well, Alamigo, Girabanya. Tomato, tomato. Okay, some wild grass from here. Some from over here. Hang on, not that I need it, but... Ooh, actually, considering the level difference, I wonder if that'll even count for Ember, or for River. I don't know if it was supposed to give experience in general, but it most certainly didn't give anything to River. But, Oh, I didn't realize Keshko was here and I could have talked to him. Whoops! That ought to do it. As much as I'd love to stick around and study the wildlife, we'd better get back to Quarry Mill. Upon being informed of your plan to entrap each Shmahun, I came as quickly as I could. Now we just need a way to diffuse the extract. You've done well to gather so much wild grass. As promised, I've called upon Innocent Stork to advise us on our next steps. I've placed an order with an alchemist acquaintance for custom-made diffuser pouches, which we may employ to spread the aroma over a wide area while prolonging its potency. We will issue these pouches to Twin Adder units tasked with driving the beast into an isolated location of our choosing, away from civilians and an ideal spot for the final showdown. That's good thinking. Indeed, once the pouches have been produced, the beast is as good as ours. If I may, there is a further request I wish to make. Rather than slaying Iksok Shmahun outright, would you instead be able to capture it alive? Why? The better to understand its behavior. Such knowledge will prove invaluable should predators of a similar nature trouble us in the future. Just reach out to Tuliolol and ask the Vipers to advise. That's a risk we can't afford to take, ma'am. Those hunters of yours tried baiting it with a carcass laced with sedatives. The Iksok Shmahun saw right through their plan. It's demonstrated a degree of cunning to rival any man's. Even if we did capture it, it's only a matter of time before it escapes and kills again. There's only one way you can deal with a monstrosity like that. You slay it first chance you get. No half measures, no hesitation. Then we are left with no other choice. Meaning? Please forgive me for making such an ill-considered suggestion. Why is it playing the spooky music? I shall abandon all thoughts of capturing the beast, and instead turn my attention to the procurement of the diffuser pouches. You will hear from me soon. It says with the least trustworthy backing track ever. I mean, she says, it, the game, she, the person. She ought to know by now that what she's up against. Why even ask? She's got her own angle. I ain't the type to guess at folks' motivations. Wish she'd do us all a favor and put her cards on the table. The rich and powerful are rarely so obliging. Yeah, then we wouldn't go along with her. She needs to manipulate us. You got that right. But since us salt of the earth are speaking our minds, there's a fear in you. But of what, I can't tell. Feel for your thoughts? Never know, I might be able to help. Well, after talking with those adventurers, I can't help but feel a little scared of Iksok Shmahun, that's all. Anyway, I should return to Gridania to, make my report. I don't know if I believe you. The spooky music's still playing. Folks always saying one thing, but meaning another. Just when I was starting to believe I'd gotten the hang of polite conversation. Ain't no force in the issue, I know. If Goliath has something to say, he'll say it when he's good and ready. So now we gotta wait on those pouches, and who knows how long that'll be. I'll keep an eye on things here, so I recommend you get ready to face Iksok Shmahun. Keshwa is keen to confront Iksok Shmahun. Goliath sent word that the diffuser pouches are ready. He's heading on over now. Once he arrives, we can finally put this plan into action. The pouches have been distributed among the Twin Adders, along with instructions on correct handling. You see, according to the alchemist who made them, the aroma of the wild grass dulls the senses. For the average person, this would do little more than soothe the nerves, but to a creature with a heightened sense of smell, the effect would be far more pronounced. As for where we will entrap Iksok Shmahun, Innocent Stork has proposed a location in the Dravanian hinterlands that she believes is ideal. The surrounding area is largely uninhabited, and Idleshire, the only settlement nearby, is relatively simple to defend. We have already consulted with the Ishgardians, and they gave us their blessing to proceed. That is all well and good, but by the look on your face, you're not. I ain't gonna press, but I will suggest that once we get to Dravania, you best hang back and leave the fighting to us. You know full well I'm keeping things from you, yet still you show concern for my well-being. Why? Just my way, I suppose. Or the way I was trained as a Viper. It's our job to keep folks safe from creatures that go against the natural order. Doesn't matter who you are or whose side you're on. Politics, feuds, all that drama, ain't none of that our concern. I'll admit, I've got my doubts about you, but you're still someone I need to protect from Ixchel Shmahun. Simple as that. There's something you need to know. Out in Western Corthus is... Well, as I thought, you've yet to depart from Quarrymill. What's keeping you? Lieutenant Goliath, whatever is the matter? You look like someone just walked over your grave. I'm glad to find the two of you in better spirits, though. Seeing as our friend is somewhat under the weather, perhaps it's best that he stays behind with me in Idleshire. No objections here, but Goliath and I were having a heart-to-heart, if you don't mind. I do. We have a schedule to keep, and I must insist our dear Vipers get underway. While you are en route to the Dravanian hinterlands, I would be happy to lend an ear to Goliath and his troubles. You needn't worry yourselves. It's of no import. I wish you both good luck hunting. I just realized that makes a lot more sense. I don't quite remember what happened, but I think I know what's about to happen. Talk about shit timing. For better or for worse, we'll find out what he has, or what he was holding back soon enough. Anyway, we got a Vidral to slay. Because, like, okay, and disclaimer, I legitimately barely remember these quests, because I did them, I played through base Dawntrail on my main on Viper, so I did these quests before I even did Dawntrail MSQ, so things are a bit easy. But logistically, it doesn't make sense that the Adders would be directing this thing all the way to Idleshire, or to the Dravanian hinterlands, when the Forlands or even Corthus would make more sense. Because it's not like the Forlands are that much more populated, plus we could have our dragon friends help potentially. That would have been cool. And it's Corthus that actually neighbors Gridania. I would imagine any operation that involved luring this thing all the way to the Dravanian hinterlands, which would involve going through a good chunk of Ishgardian territory, wouldn't just require their permission, but would probably require Temple Knight participation. So, yeah. That's weird. Why are we luring this thing all the way over here? Could it be that this is a distraction? Oh, wait, hang on. Wrong side. I mean, it's fine. I can just fly. No sign of Iksalk Shmahun, which gives us time to pick a good spot for an ambush. Let me know what you find. How long until we realize that all of this is bullshit? While this location offers a commanding view of the area, it does not offer enough space to fight to your full potential. I mean, yeah, I didn't think I was supposed to fight it here. I thought I was gonna hide here and then jump out, like, from here, like, ah! It's an ambush. Although the view is obstructed by the wall, you should be able to remain concealed easily. Conditions offer only a limited field of vision, and combat would doubtless prove difficult. You have surveyed a number of locations, each varying in suitability. Keshwa will be eager to hear your report. Again, no. I hide here, keep an eye out, and then jump out of here like roar! Stab! Swoosh, swoosh, swish, swish! More stabbing! I found something you ain't gonna believe. You smell that? It's gotta be one of Innocent Stork's diffuser pouches. Somebody must have hidden it nearby. With a bag of wildgrass stinking up the place, there's no way Iksalk Shmahun was ever gonna show. Goliath and Innocent Stork sent us on a wild alpaca chase. So where's our Raw if it ain't here? The Korthus Western Highlands? Fairly low population, wide open places? Ah, so that's what Goliath was trying to tell us, at least until he was cut off. With any luck, that clue will lead us to Innocent Stork. She is probably still plotting to capture Iksalk Shmahun alive, the stubborn fool. Okay, hang on. But important question, where in West... Okay, it is close to Falcon's Nest. Because if it had been over here, I would have just gone to Tailfeather. I'm glad they've gotten better about aetheryte placement in later expansions, but man, it doesn't make going to Western Korthus any better. At least they did this in the expansion where they also introduced flight. Could you imagine only ever being able, like, until they unlock flight in a zone like this, only ever being able to, like, walk or ride your mount on the ground in this zone specifically? No sign of our tricksters or Iksalk Shmahun. Best keep searching. There they are! Well, that's not good. Well, if it isn't the esteemed Vipers, who with all their supposed skill and intellect asserted that capturing the great Iksalk Shmahun was nigh impossible. Or perhaps you were simply afraid. As you can see, I proved equal to the task. All it took was a little ingenuity. No, we didn't say it was impossible. We said it was a bad idea. I understand Iksalk Shmahun's cunning and cruelty better than anyone. There's no way you got it in that cage without... Wait, where's your bodyguard? You yourself observed how attempting to lure Iksok Shmahun with obvious bait ended in failure. But a beast is still a beast, a predator that is compelled to hunt. Casualties are inevitable, and a prudent strategy must account for them. An exceptional one, however, would leverage this element to its advantage, as mine did. You ordered him to put sedatives in his pocket and face Shmahun alone. It was over before it began. His screams still ring in my ears. Bitch. So you fed Shmahun the sedatives and your bodyguard along with them? You're telling me he willingly offered himself up? Enthusiastically, even. All to ensure his plague-stricken family received treatment, the duration of which would be determined by his performance. He all but leapt into the beast's maw. As I'm sure Goliath would agree, there's no limit to what we can accomplish when given the appropriate incentive. Why go to such despicable lengths to capture Iksok Shmahun? Oh, please. Everyone's getting what they wanted, so let's not quibble over the details. As a gesture of goodwill, I'll even answer your question, rudely asked though it was. Everyone has their own unique proclivities, and I am no exception. I have awoken to the thrill of bringing rare and ferocious beasts under my power. But that only whets my appetite for the true pleasure when I unleash my pets upon worthy opponents to enact scenes of glorious carnage. I've met my share of monsters, but none of them compared to you. A monster and a fool. That there's a Taravidral. The moment you open that cage, it's gonna rip you to shreds. Indeed, it would, if it were so inclined. But if each Shmahun is as intelligent and bloodthirsty as you say, it will soon learn that I can provide a constant supply of worthy prey. In return, it will accept me as its master. Yeah, I don't think that's actually going to work out for you. It's awake? I grow tired of this place. One of my lesser pets should be more than adequate to dispose of you. After all, I am loath to release Iksok Shmahun while it remains subdued. And though I may not be watching, do try to put on a good show regardless. She's not considering the fact that, the withdrawal might be, let's just say very Xenos-like, where the hunt might be part of what it enjoys, and so just handing him things to fight isn't going to be enjoyable. Ergo, it has no reason to obey her. Just a thought. The reality, it has no reason to obey her. She's just deluded. Yeah. Thanks, I owe you. God damn it, I can't believe anyone would be stupid enough to try taming a Taravidral, never mind Iksok Shmahun itself. But what really sticks in my craw is that Goliath has been dancing to Innocent Stork's tune. And there I was thinking he needed our help. I mean, he might still need our help. He seemed afraid of her, like before. right. There's more to this than meets the eye. Anyway, no point freezing our asses off here. Let's get back to Quarry Mill to think things over. Oh, Odin weather. That's fun. We're gonna completely ignore it in favor of finishing these quests, but it's still fun to know. One thing I know for certain is that Ixok Shmahun ain't gonna play the obedient pet for long. Innocent Stork's gonna find out that out the hard way. But I reckon it'll be after she gets the urge to indulge her twisted appetites. I'll do what I can to suss out where she got to before then. Then there's Goliath. The Twin Adders need to know what he's been up to, and that he's still alive. For now, at least. You best get back to your training for now. Caged or not, Ixok Shmahun's out there, and our job ain't done till it's dead. Yeah, she didn't seriously think that thing was gonna kill us, did she? I mean, I know she has a hubris problem, but come on. If we thought we were strong enough to kill Ixok Shmahun, why did she think that that weird little monster was gonna be enough? Keshqua is as tense as a coiled viper. It said the thing! Since the last time we spoke, the Twin Adders have been looking for Goliath, but they ain't found hide nor hair of him. Meanwhile, there have been plenty of Ixok Shmahun sightings. Seems Innocent Stork's eager to put her new pet to work. I expect that's why Goliath's commanding officer asked for our help. Let's head to the Adder's Nest and hear what he has to say. Does tension affect Gridania? Or just the Shroud? Just the Shroud. What am I doing? It's good to finally meet you both. Goliath spoke highly of you and your contributions to our hunt for Ixok Shmahun. Speaking of which, you got information for us, right? We've received multiple eyewitness reports of a creature surpassing even the most elite marks. It dispatches its victims swiftly before flying away. At Innocent Stork's direction, I'll wager. She's setting Ixok Shmahun loose to kill out for her own amusement. Those slain were mostly roaming adventurers, but the circumstances of each attack suggest an escalation. The beast is striking in broad daylight, and closer to more populated settlements. The risk of a massacre grows greater by the day. There is another matter I wish to discuss, which may shed some light on the situation. We have received a letter from Goliath. Though details are sparse, he wishes to resign from the Twin Adders. The letter also includes a message for the two of you. Do you recall our discussion in Southern Thanalan? Though my aspirations were beyond me, I pray that you succeeded in fulfilling your own. I remember, Goliath. You wanted to prevent those with bright futures from dying before their time. That's why you joined the Twin Adders. Wait, we had that talk in the Shroud, not Thanalan. And he mentions our aspirations, which is to protect people from rampaging beasts. Don't you see? He's telling us that Ixok Shmahun's gonna appear in Southern Thanalan. A hidden message, albeit not a particularly well-hidden one. If Innocent Stork read this, she would have surely divined his intent. I can only surmise that she knew and allowed the letter to be sent regardless. What better way to lure you into a confrontation with Isok Shmahun than by taking advantage of Goliath's sincere plea for help? Trap or not, a confrontation suits me fine. If it's a show she wants, then we're happy to oblige. As for the wearer, she doubtless wishes to avoid attracting the attention of the immortal flames in the Amalja. The Sagoli Desert, like as not. I will send word to Ulda, but in the meantime, I wish you every success. Alright, so, Thanalan. Sagoli Desert means, Forgotten Springs. Alright, showtime. Also, wow, this is really close to the settlement. That's worrying. Another carcass. This was Ikshok Shmahun's work. Didn't expect the trail to be this easy to pick up, but perhaps I should have. All that's left now is to walk straight into the trap. No viper worth their salt ever shied away from danger, am I right? Alright, let's go. I can't remember if the thing killed her or if we, like, jail her so that she can deal with the consequences of her actions, but man, do I wish her karma. That has ornamentation on it. That belongs to the... Wait, was that the local hunt? The A rank? Oh no! Not our buddy! Such grace, such power, magnificence itself, given form, worthy of awe. Alas, these mediocre distractions are a poor canvas for your art. It's over, innocent stork. If that is your real name. More like guilty stork. On the contrary, the main attraction is just beginning. Just gonna go ahead and roll up my sleeves. Oh, also, oh, you're really determined to make me angry, huh? Goliath, what have you done to him? After his childish trick with the coded letter, I decided to let Iksok Shmahun punish him. An appetizer, if you will. All the money and privilege in the world, and this is how you choose to use it. Killing for the sake of killing. You're no better than the Tural Vidral, a monster that deserves to die. As a flattering comparison, though you seem to be forgetting the literal monster that stands before you. Nah. Iksok Shmahun, I brought you fresh prey. Oh, I haven't forgotten about you. A coward through and through. I knew but one I thought had some, or a coward through and through, I knew. But one I thought had some pride. Guess I was wrong. It's time. Iksok Shmahun is ours. Mm-hmm. There is a part of me that wished that this ended with her being turned on by her pet before we fought it. But you know, Her being forced to watch as we take it down, we'll have to do. Hang on, let me look. Ooh, I got greedy. What do you mean something's wrong? Is that all or is this all you're capable of? Are you not satisfied with the prey I've provided? You'll have all that you want and more, but only if you obey. Kill them! Kill them now! I demand it! This ain't the Ixal Shmahun I know, and I reckon innocent Stork is the reason why. I can smell the wild grass on her. A less potent mixture than the one we doled out before. Just enough to keep Ixal Shmahun at arm's length. But even that's too much for the Vidral's senses. That's why it's addled and can't think straight. Even so, she's made a fool's bet. Ixal Shmahun's only tolerated an innocent Stork and her shenanigans to sate its own bloodlust. Two apex predators can't make nice forever. Ugh, I'm not done with you yet. Goliath, you stubborn worm! What?! Oh no, not innocent Stork. What a tragedy! A life so full of promise. Cut short. Too soon. Maybe now it can concentrate on the fight. All right, Shizune. Give it everything you've got. That's what I was already doing! Oh, that actually didn't hurt that bad. Ah, that's what I thought. Wait, run? I see. Come on, it's almost dead. Let me through. Let me move. There we go. Oops. No! Just die already! Oh, oh, boy. Come on. We got it! We got it! We got it! Are you kidding me? We did it! Oh, restless beast, may you find peace in death. As the serpent sheds its skin, relinquish this husk, that you may rise again to greet a new dawn. Innocent Stork genuinely believed that she could bend such a creature to her will. That arrogance cost her her life. Couldn't have happened to a nicer woman. She never understood what it was, what she was dealing with, or afforded it proper respect. She took her superiority for granted, but the power she wielded to flaunt the laws of men was powerless against the natural order. Man, there's something really topical feeling about this quest, like this whole series. Wonder why it feels so topical. Gosh, golly gee. Goliath, Shizune, thank you for everything. It was a damn sight harder than I reckoned it'd be, but I finally avenged my brother in arms and fulfilled my duty. I mean, it's no problem. This guy was a walk in the park compared to Valley Garmonda. Oh, did I mention I defeated him before, by the way? Smile. I can once again hold my head high. By the way, there's been a change in Dawn Servant since you were home. Galoljaja's dead, unfortunately, but Waguma and Kona are real good beans, and I'm close personal friends with them. You've got a lot to catch up on when you return to your home. The hunt is finished. All that remains is for me to face punishment. Iksok Shmahun might be dead, but we've still got a loose end or two to tie up. Starting with... You haven't told us yet why you led us on a merry chase for innocent stork. May as well come clean now. Well, when I was a young child, my merchant parents were slain by a wild creature on their travels. I meant what I said at Falgord Float. When I told you I swore to save others from a similar fate. That's why I joined the Twin Adders. A commendable motivation. Yeah, what happened? And then I met Innocent Stork, who explained with great enthusiasm that she shared my desire to protect others by bringing these beasts to heal. I thought I had found a kindred spirit, but I later realized she'd fed me nothing but lies. She used me to obtain information collected by the Twin Adders, all for the sake of identifying potential additions to her menagerie. I disclosed all manner of sensitive intelligence to her, believing it was in furtherance of her efforts to save lives. By the time I learned of her true intentions, it was too late. I confronted her, told her that I was going to inform my superiors. She smiled and laughed and said she would unleash her fiends upon Gridania if I spoke a word, with some of her finest reserved specially for my family. I'm guessing it was Innocent Stork's idea to have you join the investigation into Iksok Shmahun. It was. There's no excuse for what I did. Allowing myself to become her pawn has led to so much needless suffering. Nothing I say or do can ever be enough to earn your forgiveness. Whatever punishment awaits me, I shall accept it gladly. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you were manipulated and thought you were doing the right thing, and then you were being blackmailed. It's up to the Twin Adders to decide what to do with you. Well, Shizune, what do you think? I think you should decide, Keshwa. We'd better hand him over to the Twin Adders. Yeah, that one. We'd better hand him over to the Twin Adders. I was thinking the same thing. It's up to them to decide his punishment, not us. Quite right. I will request that my superior meets us at Quarry Mill, where I shall give a full account. It's settled then. Meet us there when you're ready. No, wait. Quarry Mill. I take it there is more to your report than the slaying of Iksok Shmahun. Yep. I appreciate you coming to see that justice is served. As a soldier of the Twin Adders, your actions are inexcusable. Once I have made my report, expulsion will be the least of your worries. There will likely be a trial. Where I come from, we don't take kindly to liars neither. Our word is our bond, and the violation of that trust demands punishment. But I will say this, the lies he told were to protect the people of Gridania. Not only that, the actions he took contributed directly to the defeat and death of Iksok Shmahun. I won't say the end justifies the means, but it's not nothing. Duly noted. Though I trust you understand that this consideration may not change the outcome. Yes, sir. Ain't my place to tell you folks how to handle your business. I'm just a simple man who crossed the salt to kill a Vidral. But if Goliath isn't stuck in a cell for the foreseeable future, I got something he can help me with. You see, now that my business here's concluded, it's high time I made my way home. Trouble is, passage back is more than I can presently afford. I'm gonna need to put in some work, and I reckon Goliath could help me find clients in need of a Viper's skills. For a simple man who knows better than to tell us how to handle our business, you struck up an intriguing solution. Well, I have spent a fair bit of time in the company of a silver-tongued someone. Who, me? Goliath, your conduct cannot easily be forgiven. Even so, it must be acknowledged that you played a vital role in the slaying of Iksok Shmahun. Swear to never again stray from the path of righteousness, and no charges will be brought against you. Moreover, I will accept your voluntary resignation, as you did previously request. With this arrangement, you may yet pursue your dream of defending the innocent from nature's most deadly threats, in your capacity as Keshkwa's assistant. What say you? Sounds like a deal to me. I shall do as you ask. You have my word. Though I will bear the shame of my misdeeds as long as I live, I shall endeavor to redeem myself through service to the people. You can start by finding me some beasties to slay. Well, seems like I'll be sticking around Eorzea a while longer. In the meantime, you're sure to find clients of your own. I reckon this continent's more than big enough for the both of us. Wherever there are folks in need of a Viper, that's where we'll be. Yeah! And we all lived happily ever after. The end. That's why I thought I remembered him wearing a different gear. He looks good in that outfit, actually. Now that I'm no longer an adder, I had no choice but to hand in my uniform. With my new garb, I'm ready to fend off forest-dwelling fiends alongside Keshkwa. Yeah, you look good! I actually think it looks better on you than your uniform did. The green brings out your eyes. How goes it, Shizune? Hunted any challenging prey lately? Oh, you know, only Volley-Garmanda. Can I tell him about that? How very of late. Just like back in Taral, I've been working as a Viper, putting down all kinds of beasts. Only difference now is that Goliath is the one finding clients for me. We must be doing something right, because the gill's been rolling in. Still got a ways to go till I've earned enough for the ferry ride back home, though. Goliath actually suggested using some of my savings to pay for trips to Ishgard and Sherlian so I can hunt arcs farther afield. I'm happy to go wherever I'm needed, even if getting there sets me back a few gil. Almost sounds suspiciously like you're perfectly happy staying here in Eorzea and having adventures, which is fine. Anyway, that's gonna be it for tonight. We got more done tonight than I was originally expecting, so that's fun. I will be back on Sunday. First of all, thank you everybody so much for joining me tonight. I will be back on Sunday starting at 4:30 Central with more Final Fantasy XIV. I'm sorry, I worded that wrong. Let me try that again. Sunday, we'll be taking on the Arcadian. If you want to join in on that, it's going to be minimum item level, no echo. And I'm going to go ahead and say, glamour theme is the Arcadian. I'm going to snooze this one more time just because I don't want to go into ads when I'm about to wrap up. But yeah, so Sunday we'll be doing Arcadian, the first 4 fights, which is the first tier, the stuff that came out in 6.0. And yeah, We'll be doing that minimum item level, no echo, and then next Tuesday and Wednesday, starting at 7:30 Central, we'll be doing more role quests. I'm gonna try and make sure I have everything that I need at 100. So that Tuesday will probably be caster and healer, because at least I know that's at 100. In case I need some wiggle room. So Tuesday will be caster and healer role quests. Wednesday will be melee and tank. And then the following Sunday, we'll be diving into patch quests with 7.1 MSQ. So yeah. In the meantime, if you haven't already, please hit that follow button, subscribe on YouTube, subscribe on Twitch, join the Discord. That's the best way to keep up with what's going on with the channel. Plus, you get to vote on things that affect what's going to happen on the channel. For instance, right now, there is a poll up so that people can vote on what I'm going to have to do if we hit 100 subs by the end of March. There was already one poll. It ended in a tie. We have a tiebreaker poll going on. Last time I checked, it was also tied. So please, someone, vote, break the tie. Don't make me have to do another tiebreaker. Yeah. Haha. It is between Phasmophobia and, or not Phasmophobia. I think it's between Repo. Yeah, it's between Repo and Left 4 Dead 2. So, depending on what flavor of scared you want to see me be, go vote. And yeah, also you can follow me on Blue Sky and Tumblr. I am Shizu Cheese in both places. In the meantime, let's find somebody for us to raid before Twitch tries to throw us into ads, because, I'm out of snoozes. Whoops. Who is streaming? Who is streaming Final Fantasy 14? Let's see here. Let's see here. Who do we want to raid? What's this? Are they doing this dungeon for the first time? Is this what I think it is? I think I just poked my head in at the tail end of an ad break for them, so I'm trying to get a sense on if they are a sprout. So give me a few seconds. Although it doesn't really matter at this point, huh? Because the only thing that would be spoilers, and yes, they are a sprout! Let's go water a sprout! Alright, so I'm intrigued by the fact that their stream title is Burger-Powered Final Fantasy 14 Player. I relate to that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be going and eating a burger right after this. So yeah, we're going to go raid Robin. And until I see you all again, I hope you all stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye!